I'm back. I'm back, bitches. I'm motherfucking back. Grand Rise. Happy New Year's. New Year's. See, you see where my mind is at? I don't give a fuck about this shit. Happy Christmas Eve if that's what you celebrate. Happy Festivus for the rest of us. Okay? Now, I just did a goddamn live, and I said I'm going to jump up on the motherfucking StreamYard, okay? Now, what happens when I do these YouTube lives is that they always process on private, okay? And then I have to make it public. And once that happens, then, we good up. And these are not the tags here. No, these are not the tags. No. See, and I got to change a whole bunch of shit. So I'm changing it right now. But how y'all feeling? How y'all doing? I know y'all ain't up in here yet. Hey, what's up, Daquan? Bless up, Michael Phillips. Listen, I'll put up a link in a second, yo. Let me just get this together here because shout out to my girl Lurky, yo. Shout out to Lurky. She done sent me some next shit to make me be like, what the fuck going on now? Yo, these people, listen, these people crazy, okay? That's all I got to say. These people are motherfucking crazy. Okay, now because child, we was talking about, excuse me, okay. What I really, we gotta touch upon this. I need help. I need Jesus. I need Mary and JoJo. I'm charging up the phone. Nah, I said I was gonna go. Okay, Daquan. I said I was gonna go on the StreamYard, but I had to scratch my ass a little bit. Get myself together. Get something to drink. Shit like this. Fucking Lurker hooked me up. You know what I'm saying? Lurker hooked me up with a fucking post, yo. Talking about Megan Thee Stallion says her boyfriend party is embarrassed. Bitch, you had a man? Bitch, you had a man? Listen, Daquan, I don't even give a fuck about Jigga Jay-Z right now. That gatekeeper motherfucker. I don't give a fuck about his gatekeeping ass right now. Because Rihanna did not have these fucking problems, okay? And Jay-Z had his hand all up her ass crack. You understand me? The motherfucking Rihanna did not have these fucking issues right the fuck here. Okay? Now, I understand women's empowerment and shit like this today. You want to be a slut, it's okay to be a slut and all this other shit. But bitch, you doing slut behaviors. The fuck is wrong with you? Hold up. So y'all motherfuckers mean to tell me that Shorty was fucking the dingling of her best friend and she already had a man? What? So is that why Tory Lanez shot the bitch in the pinky toe? Because he didn't know she had a man? He thought he was the only one? But these dudes are stupid too if they thought they was the only one. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Was fucking Jigga Jay-Z fucking the bitch too? Because I'm sure that, what's up, Joe? I'm sure that Beyonce would have an issue with that. Okay? Beyonce would fight a bitch. You feel me? We married, ho. And we got kids, and you fucking my man. Oh, no, Beyonce would get the fucking Vaseline. You heard me? I don't give a fuck how classy that bitch tell y'all she is. That bitch from Texas. She to get the Vaseline and fuck somebody up. Daquan, they all lied. Is this my boy?
Peace and blessings, me sister and Wagwan.
What? Chilling me, brethren, Michael Phillips, Wagwan, you.
I'm chilling, ma. Listen,
what with these people?
I don't know, ma. Listen, Daquan mentioned earlier that she had gunshot residue on her hand. This is how sloppy the evidence gathering was. She had gunshot residue on her hand but they didn't do a DNA test on her. They did one on Tori, but they didn't do one on her. There was DNA on the gun, but the DNA was inconclusive. So my thing is, if you was doing a proper investigation, how is it that you take his DNA, but you take no one else's DNA? So, I mean, this whole thing, and listen, and let's be clear about this too. Um, there was an eyewitness that said that there was a fight between the two women, and apparently, when he heard the gunshot, the muzzle flash came from the direction of a woman. And then he says, I guess, I don't know if Tori fought her for the gun and then started busting off in the air. And so, but this was Tori's witness. This was a defense witness. They were counting on him talking about the muzzle flash coming from the direction of the woman. But apparently they didn't prep the witness enough to let him know, like, hey, or maybe they didn't ask enough questions. Like, yo, wait a minute, you saw him with the gun in his hand, waving it in the air wildly and shooting off multiple shots. So the implication is either Kelsey was going to shoot Megan or Megan was going to shoot Kelsey. Him and the driver wrestled the gun away from them, and then I don't think it was an automatic, a semi-automatic. I think it was the way they made it sound like it was 5 or 6 shots. So it must have been a revolver. He emptied the bullets, and that was the end of it. So now I've heard other theories that he bust off in the air, and when he brought the gun down, his finger was still on the trigger, shot the ground, and that's where the ricochet came and hit her in the foot and all of that.
Okay, Mike, hold on a second, Michael, because I have so many questions.
Got it.
When the broads was they fighting in the car or they got out the car?
My understanding is that they were fighting in the car, and then I think from all indications, Megan was whooping her ass, and so Shorty went back to the car. The implication is she went back to the car, Kelsey I'm talking about, to get the gun. And then that's when Tori and apparently was wrestling the gun from one or both of them. I don't know.
Okay, and, so pause. Hold on, pause a second. Now, y'all say, okay, because I heard you and a couple other people saying that the homegirl went and got the gun. They was in the car arguing. Whose car was it again?
It was Tori's car.
Okay, and she knew to go get a gun in Tori's car. That's what y'all telling me?
No doubt.
So she was fucking this dude long enough to know where his illegal gun is at.
All right, so the way I understand it is that Kelsey was fucking with Tori, right? They at this party at Kylie Jenner's house, and they all was getting fucked up at the pool. Apparently, Kelsey passed out. Megan's assistant took her to bed because she had passed out at the pool. I think they said she slept for 2 hours. While she was asleep, Megan calls Tori. Tori comes through. They all at the pool, I think, after a while. And apparently they had went through like 6 or 7 bottles of Henny or some sort of cognac, whatever they was drinking. They was, all of them was fucked up. Tori came later, but he was getting fucked up too. But so the assistant, I think it was Megan's assistant, I can't remember the dude's name. Mm-hmm. He was saying that Meg's wig kept coming off and he tried to fix the wig, but the wig, she was so fucked up, she kept jumping in the pool and the wig was halfway off her head. And so he convinced them to leave. So he packed their bags because apparently they was going to spend the weekend at Kylie Jenner's house, right? Mm-hmm. So the assistant convinces Megan to leave. Megan didn't want to leave without Tori. It was like he packed Kelsey's bag and he packed Megan's bag, right? But Tory was in the pool still chilling with Kylie, and Tory was like, yo, he had his own shit, and Megan and Kelsey drove with this assistant. So originally he packed their bags up, put them in his whip, and then he went to go get Megan and Kelsey, and Megan was like, "Nah, I want Tory to go," and Tory wasn't ready to leave, so she said, "Well, we'll just ride with Tory, so just put our bags in Tory's car." So the assistant put the bags in Tory's car. They leaving in Tory's whip. The assistant drives off and says, blah, 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 whatever. And then, so they drunk. There's a rumor that
hold on a second, Michael Phillips. Now you telling me that what's up, Cosmo? What's up, Fee? What's up, Teron? What's up, everybody? So now you telling me that all of them, because Tory Lanez is drunk too, right?
Yeah, but he ain't. I don't think he was as lifted as Meg and Kelsey was. I mean, like
drunk driving is drunk.
Oh yeah. No. But Tory wasn't driving though. He had a drop. Like his driver was waiting in the car while they was at the pool.
Oh, he had a driver. Okay, he had a driver. Okay.
Yeah, the driver was supposed. Yeah, the driver was supposed to testify, and he ended up not testifying. Well, he disappeared, they claim, but he didn't want to testify because he was going to have to say that Tory was busting off in the air. And so the defense decided not to call him to the stand. But they thought this other eyewitness, because apparently this all happened like in his driveway or close to his house. And he said he didn't see a woman shoot a gun, but he said when he heard the first shot, the muzzle flash came from the direction of the woman, basically talking about Kelsey. But then he says after that first gunshot, there's like a fight. He thought that the two dudes was beating on one of the females, and then Tory gets the gun and starts busting off in the air.
So where does dance bitch come from? Was that all made up?
Megan didn't say that during her initial statements. That shit came later. So if you ask my opinion, yeah, that dance bitch shit was made up.
This is all so stupid as fuck.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, it was all because of alcohol and / drugs, maybe. But like I said, the Megan's assistant said they had gone through like 6 or 7 bottles of like Hennessy or whatever they was drinking. It was definitely some cognac. Like six or 7 bottles between, because he said it was only like when Tory got there, it was only like 9 or 10 people there. Like people keep saying it was a party, and maybe it was a party earlier, but by the time Tory got there, it was only like 9 or 10 people there. According to the
so I'm confused because I've read in certain articles that night somehow Meg Thee Stallion told the friend that she was fucking Tory Lanez, and the friend
no. Megan didn't tell him. Tory told her. That's what started
Tory told the shorty that he was fucking Meg Thee Stallion.
Right, because
she's a super.
Huh?
Go ahead, my super. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying because see, so at some point they arguing, and Megan apparently calls the nigga's music trash or whatever. So his get back was like, okay, well, yeah. So Kelsey, while I was fucking you, I was fucking Megan too. That's your friend. Yeah.
My ding-a-ling ain't trash, bitch. My music could be trash, but my ding-a-ling ain't trash. Oh, because I put a dick on your lip.
Yo. So listen. So then Kelsey gets pissed off.
I would too.
And they start fighting in the car, and then apparently they get out, and from all indications, Megan was putting the beats on her ass. So then Kelsey goes back to the whip, and that's the implication is that's when she went to grab the whip. Tory grabbed the gun. I mean, Tory saw this. He gets out the car, And that's when the eyewitness, the defense eyewitness, says he saw two men beating on a woman, and then next thing he knows, Tory starts busting off in the air.
Oh my God. This is the stupidest shit I've ever. Lord. Michael Phillips. If I was ever to go to the slut walk, I probably would support Amber Rose and all them with they slut walking. Right? I'm not mad. Bitch. God damn.
Yeah, and to Dalquan's point, like I said, when Kelsey and Megan was drinking, I mean, Tory wasn't there. Like they got there, I think, like early. I think when Tory got there, it was, I don't know, around 9 o'clock or something. So he wasn't at the level of drunk that Megan and Kelsey was. He was drinking though, so let's be clear. They all was drunk, but he wasn't gone like Megan and Kelsey was.
Listen, at this point, Michael, I think it's more than a fucking alcohol. They had to be on coke or some next shit. Like maybe, Nisa, is this you?
Yes. Yes.
How you doing, baby? Hopefully you could make this shit make the fuck sense.
It don't make sense. It don't make sense.
It don't. None of
it. Salute to you, Michael Phillips.
Please, Nisa.
I just came up here wanting to snuggle up under what y'all talking about. Cause go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt. Y'all go ahead and then I'll add my 2 cents. I'm rolling up anyway. Go ahead. Y'all do y'all think.
All right, because I'm trying to figure that. Listen, this shit. The more y'all explain it to me, the more it don't make sense. Like, okay.
So hold on. I left one thing out.
Go ahead, tell me.
So Megan was pissed off because Tory was flirting with Kylie, and Kylie seemed to be receptive to Tory.
But if they were talking.
So hold on. I feel where you about to go with that. But what I'm saying is when Meg's assistant packed Kelsey and Megan's bags and he put them in his car, Megan didn't want to leave because she didn't want to leave without Tory, but also she saw how Tory was pushing up on Kylie, and Megan wasn't feeling that. So that's why she didn't want to leave with the assistant, because she was concerned that something was going to pop off between Tory and Kylie. So now, like you said, he was fucking with Kelsey, but behind Kelsey's back, he's fucking with Megan, and Megan is worried about him fucking with Kylie. Make all of that make sense.
Single people problems. That's what that is.
Yeah, but they saying that Meg had a man.
Well, I don't know if she had a man at the time.
No, she wasn't dating that dude at that time.
Yeah. She has one now, but I don't know. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She wasn't dating nobody
at the time. No. She was single. Mm-hmm.
Listen, mm-hmm. I like an honest slut. You feel me? I don't like no deceitful slut. Be an honest hoe. Tell your friend what the fuck going on.
Shree, when you mentioned earlier that Megan's boyfriend was embarrassed, he's embarrassed now because he realizes that he's dating a slut.
But ain't that what she rap about?
I mean, yeah, but it's mad niggas.
Just because you rap about it don't mean you doing it.
It's
like
mad.
A lot of rappers rap about gangster life and they don't do it.
Niggas, exactly. A lot of these niggas talking about they killers and all of this shit, and these niggas wouldn't bust a grape in a fruit fight.
Right.
Listen, I understand.
Talk about
I understand when you gonna rhyme about busting guns and all that, and you don't do that shit. I get that. But if you want to rhyme about being a slut-o-matic, be a fucking slut-o-matic, a good one, a real one. What the fuck is this?
No, that's how the men feel about men rapping about being gangsters and not gangsters. That's how men feel. Just like that.
You know what, Nisa? There was a time when motherfuckers rappers used to write their own fucking lyrics. Now everybody got a ghostwriter.
Hold on, Shree.
And you know what? Ghostwriting helps maintain the business, though. I don't think there's nothing wrong with artists is doing that, but I don't want to deflect. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I just wanted to ask Shree, when you said be a good slut or a proper slut, what does that mean exactly?
Be an honest fucking hoe. Okay? Like, be honest with your friend. Like, the way you described it, Michael Phillips, it was like Megan Thee Stallion knew that the homegirl was fucking Tory Lanez, but the homegirl didn't know that she was fucking Tory Lanez too. And if that's your best friend, at least tell your best friend we sharing a nigga.
Yeah, we gonna fuck this nigga, or we could fuck him together, or whatever. Yeah.
But hold on. So there appears to be some jealousy involved between Megan and Kelsey. So I think Kelsey worked for Megan too. I think
at one point,
I think Megan convinced Kelsey to sell her house. She moved in with Megan. So, but she was like Megan's assistant, so to speak.
She was on the team. She was on
right.
the team.
Right. Yep. So Kelsey basically switched up her whole life to support Megan. I'm saying all of that.
But listen, Michael Phillips.
Listen.
That dingling on my own, bitch. That don't mean you take 10% of the dingling.
No. Listen. This is what I'm saying. Kelsey, from all indications, Kelsey was more of a friend to Megan than Megan was a friend to Kelsey, because apparently Kelsey had dated like an NBA player, Ben Simmons, and some other people, and Megan cheated on went behind Kelsey's back and slept with them niggas. So this
is a pattern? Oh,
yes.
Hell no.
Yeah, this ain't the first time.
Oh, hell, that's if you're gonna hoe.
I mean, she said it in her song, Cherie. She said, "Keep your niggas away from me. I'm gonna fuck your niggas." She said that in her song.
See, now, Nisa, this is where I'm coming from. Like, okay, we gonna believe that the bitch is a real slut, or we not gonna believe that the bitch is a real slut? Like, what the fuck?
I get that.
That's why I was asking you to define slut, because that's slut behavior to me. That's what a slut does. She don't care if it's if it's her sister, her friend, whoever.
Right. And then so, okay, so y'all telling me that Kelsey is the idiot because Kelsey knew that the bitch was team smut.
Maybe she knew, but you know how we have always a slut in our group of girls, and we always try to give her the benefit of the doubt. And it could be because she got the money. We giving her the benefit of the doubt because she got the money. She pay for all of us to go do shit, and you know the convenience of it.
And you got to think about it too. I don't know when all of these events happen, versus when Kelsey moved in with Megan and basically sold her house and all of that. Because maybe she felt like, well, shit, I didn't move in with this broad. I sold my my house and all of this other shit. So we could work this shit out. At the end of the day, this is business now.
Work out these nuts. I'm gonna fight you and I'm gonna find that motherfucking gun. I don't blame. Listen, at this point right now, from what y'all telling me, I don't blame this Kelsey broad for jumping to get the motherfucking gun. I don't blame her. It's stupid, but I don't blame her. Like, bitch, you been fucking up my life.
Pretty much.
And you still doing it, and you the fuck? I'm supposed to be your best friend. The fuck you, the fucking evil bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck. Like, I mean, I would at least fight the hoe. I'm not fighting over no dude. Like, bitch, you been disrespecting me all this time. Some people got their limit, and they like, yo, I can't take this shit no more, and want to go post them on somebody. Like, I'm not saying that the chick did the right thing or whatever the fuck. Yeah, maybe she was caught up or what. This is just all dumb. Like,
but listen, all of them lied though. Let's be clear about this. All of them lied. Megan's story changed several times.
Can we talk about that? Can we talk about how she switched up her story 1,300 fucking times?
Yep. Indeed.
I'm sorry. I was trying to light my joint, but she when she first came out, she was saying that and from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, she was saying she didn't really understand or know what was going on. She didn't want to implicate the police to guns in the car, so she told them a story that wasn't true because she didn't want Tory and all of them to get arrested. Like because I guess that whole thing with George Floyd had just happened.
Yeah, she didn't want that to happen to Tory, and she was reluctant.
Mind you, it still ended up happening though.
Right.
And it told a whole other story talking about I'm not trying to protect nobody. I mentioned that in my last thing.
And she also said that she didn't see who shot her. Initially, she said that, but then a year or two later, she saw Tory shoot her.
Right.
I personally think the thing that saved them broads is the fact that the Kelsey, I heard she texted to somebody that Tory shot her.
Yeah, she texted somebody for help, and then I guess in that text message she said Tory shot Megan.
Whether that was done on purpose, like I know I tried to shoot the bitch, but let me put it on him, or that was the smartest move anybody made.
Nah, but the dumbest move was Tory's own eyewitness that they called on for testimony. He was the only eyewitness that implicated Tory. Nobody else implicated Tory but Tory's own eyewitness.
But how does Tory, weren't they supposed to try to go after the broad? I think that his lawyer was trying to go after Kelsey, saying that she did.
But Kelsey had immunity, and when she got on the stand, when they asked her specific questions, she pled the fifth.
Right.
And she has immunity, so what the fuck? They can't do shit.
Yeah, that was kind of messed up. Keep doing that.
Go ahead, Dog Quan. Go ahead, hon.
Yeah, that was kind of messed up that she did that because like that's like taking the Fifth Amendment, like you actually like proving that you are like doing it.
And
so
hold on.
Want to say nothing.
Hey Shree, and it gets deeper because initially Kelsey said that Tory shot Megan. That was her initial statement to the police, right? She gets immunity. She gets on the stand and she changes up and says, "I'm pleading the fifth, this, that, and the third." Kelsey now is married to a nigga that works for Carl Crawford's record label. I think it's called 1501, which is the label. Yeah. Which is the label that Megan was originally signed to before Rock Nation got her out of that contract. Now she's with Rock Nation. So now that Kelsey is married to this dude, and 1501, Carl Crawford is affiliated with Jay Prince's, what is it, Mob Ties or whatever they call. So
yeah.
So the understanding being that Kelsey pled the fifth because Mob Ties in 1501 got a lawsuit against Megan for breach of contract. So Kelsey is not going to do anything on the stand and support Megan when her husband and his team got a lawsuit against Megan.
My Lord.
Yep.
All this is crazy. All this is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
That's
all
crazy.
This, yeah. And I mean, Michael Phillips, I understand all that part of, yeah. But on the surface, this is all over ding-a-ling. And y'all niggas drink too much or drunk too much.
Ding-a-ling and alcohol. That's what all of it was, period. And jealousy. Because Megan clearly was jealous of Kylie that night because Megan didn't give a fuck about she was outed to Kelsey. She was more concerned with the fact that Tory was flirting with Kylie Jenner.
Wait a minute, what?
Yes, her whole reasoning for not wanting to leave with the assistant initially because Tory was still in the pool with Kylie Jenner.
But don't Kylie Jenner got a baby daddy? Ain't she with the baby daddy?
Well, see, I don't know the time frame of because you remember Kylie and the Travis Scott nigga broke up at some point.
Yeah, they did.
Didn't they just have a baby?
Yeah, they back together now, but they broke.
Yeah, they back together now, but I don't know. I guess this was during the time when they weren't together.
Listen, if I was Kylie Jenner going through listening to all this bullshit, I'd get back with that motherfucker too. This nigga safe. I'm not gonna be fucking around with all these random ass hip hop nigga roles and somebody gonna pull out a gun and shoot me in my pinky toe. I'm gonna stick with the dick I'm used to. The fuck?
Listen, all of it.
She'll probably learn.
Like you said, all of it is crazy, and the reason it sounds crazy because none of them told the truth. None of them.
Hey, pretty child.
Yeah, that like to me was made.
This is the shit that I was saying in the beginning. I'm sorry, Quan. This is the shit that I was saying in the beginning. Like when Meg first came out about it, her trying to act like ain't nothing happened, and like not nothing happened, but she wasn't trying to implicate Tory. That was the worst mistake she could have did. Because it was either you're gonna come out and you're gonna tell the truth about everything that happened, when it happened, and how it happened, or you're gonna shut the fuck up and just keep this one on the low. But she decided to lie, and then look where, like, eventually, inevitably, look at where we are now. Now this man is facing 30 years of life. You went back on all the shit that you pretty much said in the beginning. So I don't understand who the fuck her PR team is. They fucking dumb.
And listen, and let me ask you all this question. Did y'all see the TMZ video when the police pulled up on them, had all of them get out the car, they got them on the curb, and there's a video, a scene where Kelsey is asking Megan, is she okay? So it's crazy. I don't know if Kelsey is just smart as a motherfucker, or you know what I'm saying, because she's clearly seen and heard on camera asking Megan, is she okay? Like she's concerned. But she just found out that Megan was fucking her nigga, and they supposedly just got into a fight. Now you hear Kelsey saying, asking Megan, is she okay? You don't hear Megan saying shit back to her. So it seems to me like Kelsey was like, you know what? I see the cameras rolling and all of that. Let me put this out there so I can appear to be a concerned friend.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I'm just trying to figure all this shit the fuck out. Like this is all too much.
You're not gonna figure it out because the reason why. Listen, the only person I think that can really tell you what happened is the driver, and the driver disappeared.
Yep.
Okay, so was the driver his bodyguard or
Yes.
somebody totally different?
So he was his bodyguard / driver, all of that. He was the one that brought Tory to the party. Megan and Kelsey was already there.
Pretty eyes, this is something that I explained with the fucking law enforcement, okay? And this is why I had to put it in terms of the NYPD, because I don't know how the LAPD work. The NYPD don't give a rat's ass whether the shooting was accidental, intentional, you played the hokey pokey with the fucking gun. They don't give a fuck. All they know is that there was a fucking illegal gun in somebody's car. Somebody's getting it for that, and that's it.
Yeah, you got an illegal gun. That's it. Like they don't care what happened with the gun. It's in your possession. You going to jail.
Right.
You know how many niggas I know that spent years in Rikers Island for gun charges before they ever went to trial?
Facts. This is why I'm talking the way I'm talking. Because where I'm from, these motherfuckers don't give a holy hot fuck who you was fucking yesterday and the day and who jealous and who mad and who feel like this and that. They don't give a fuck. All they know is that there was a fucking illegal gun in somebody's car and somebody's going somewhere to get butt fucked because y'all had a fucking illegal gun in the goddamn car.
Yo, Shree, but listen to this though. The people in charge of doing the investigation, they never asked Kelsey or Megan questions about if there was a fight or disagreement that caused all of this. They never, like I said, even though there was gunshot residue on Kelsey's hand, they never took a DNA test from Kelsey. The whole investigation was so sloppy. I think that if Tory Lanez' witness, I forget the man's name, I think he's like from the UK or somewhere. He was the one the only person that testified that he saw Tory waving a gun in the air and shooting in the air. If it wasn't for that testimony, I don't think Tory would have got convicted.
And you know what? Okay, I want to bring up something too. Not exactly this, but it's based off this. If it was a white person, they'd have had better lawyers. They'd have did better things. That's one. But my thing is, this broad Megan Thee Stallion is still playing victim, talking about, oh, they treat me wrong because, you know, I'm a woman and misogyny. But the way y'all are talking to me, it's like they looking out for the woman. You feel me?
I think the jury was very sympathetic to Megan's plight. Megan got on the stand and said she didn't want to talk. She wish Tory would have shot and killed her that night. She doesn't feel, what did she say? She doesn't feel value. She doesn't feel value. Yeah, she played the victim role to a T. You heard?
And see, that's what I don't like. If you're gonna be a hoe, be a hoe. Like, bitch, I wanted that nigga and my dude, I wanted to dig, blah, 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 all this other shit. Fuck all that. You know what I'm saying? Because what?
It then, like, to me, what made, like, on that Gayle King interview, like, she wouldn't answer like Gayle King, like, answers like question at all. Then she lied about that. Like, to me, like, she lied 3 times that day interview. Then when you gotta take a stand, you gotta put your hand on the Bible. She didn't lie on the Bible, and then you lied to the people that's in the court and all that. Like, she lied 3 times to me.
And you know, the thing is, Daquan, even if she lied, ain't nobody gonna give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Because what, you can't do double jeopardy or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Like, this is all weird and pretty eyes. I like the fact that you're bringing up Mike Tyson and Robin Givens, because not a lot of people knew about that shit. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not mistaken, that story back in the days was Mike Tyson and Robin Givens was dealing, and somebody made a booty call, and they were supposed to come over and fuck, and then she ain't feel like fucking, and they wanted to call that rape.
Huh?
If I'm not mistaken, that's how it went down back in the days. Michael Phillips, you remember that shit?
Yeah, that happened that was like in Indiana, right? I think.
Yeah,
he went to, but my thing is, from what I remember, and maybe I'm off here, Shorty came to his room.
Yes.
And they fucked, and then he didn't. I guess she was expecting him to either expecting to spend the night or him to drive her home, but she called her a cab, and she felt offended. Yeah, that's what I remember about that.
Right. And then wanted to call it rape after, and motherfuckers like, oh yeah, because it's Mike Tyson and his hands are weapons. You know what I'm saying? And all that. They were married to Ron. Oh, well, you shit. Now, we're going to get to they were married to Ron, because that's a whole other story. I want to get on this line as perjury.
Hold on. Who was married? Who was married?
I think Teron was saying that Mike Tyson and Robin Givens, I don't know if they was married at the time.
Yeah, they were.
Oh, they were? See, look at that shit.
Yep.
3 a.m. in the morning. 3 a.m. in the morning. So back then, that was booty call hours. Motherfucker, first thing they said, what you doing at 3 in the morning? Da-da-da-da-da.
No doubt.
You know, it was a whole different outlook back then. That's why I mentioned in my live, not my live, in the video that I did the first time, I was like, yo, I remember there was a time where 2 people were married and the husband could rape the wife, but the wife, it didn't mean shit. He raped me. Y'all married. How the fuck can he rape you? It didn't make sense back then. Now, you know, no means no. And if a woman, whether y'all married or not, says no, it's an automatic R word. You feel me? But back in the day, that did not exist. It did not compute.
No doubt.
So shit is different. You know, shit is different today. But I want to get to what Straight Out the Bushes said real fast. Lying is perjury. Megan lied. Who is going to prove that? All these other motherfuckers are going to have to tell the truth. And if everybody's lying.
Here's the thing, though. They all gave statements. The only person that took the stand was Megan. Tory and Kelsey. Well, Kelsey took the stand. Kelsey, because she had immunity, she acquiesced to certain things, but other things that they were asking her, she was like, "I plead the fifth." You heard? So they can
Yeah.
only challenge Kelsey on the things she already agreed to and already admitted to. They can't challenge her on anything after that because she pled the fifth. Tory
Okay.
didn't take the stand. So the only person I can see coming up for being you know susceptible to perjury is Megan. That's it.
But they gotta prove that.
Right. And
How
and,
they
and
gonna prove
well, if you look at, first of all, let's go back to the incident. Megan was on Instagram the day after she was shot, I think, or a couple days after, and she
Mm-hmm.
had her foot wrapped up in all of this shit, but she was twerking.
Yep.
it? And see, now we going back to the slut
To the
shaming or
slut
whatever.
shit. Yes, yes, yes. Listen, and they asked the defense, Tory's lawyer um asked one of the investigative detectives if they looked at Megan the Stallion's Instagram page. And he was like, nah. He was like, well, did you were you aware that the day after she got shot, she was at a party, twerking? Nah. I mean, when I say the investigation was so fucked up, according to the people that was in the courtroom, because this case wasn't broadcast live. This court proceeding wasn't broadcast live. So we rely on the bloggers who were there, and they come back and do their daily reports or whatever. And I listened to a few of them, and it's all consistent. These people were not investigating this case. They made up in their mind that Tory was the shooter, and they didn't ask any pertinent questions. They didn't follow up with shit. They didn't check all of these people's social media. Like I mentioned with Kelsey, they didn't do a DNA test on her, even though she had gunshot residue on her hand. I mean, it was sloppy as hell.
And
So
then
it
another
sounds like
thing
Tory
that,
Lanez is the real victim here.
yep.
Nah,
And
nah,
another,
no. In my mind, there are no victims in this case, none.
Okay.
Because Tory, like you
yeah.
said, it was his car, his gun, whether it was his or whether it was the driver's gun, I don't know. Um, First of all, Tory Lanez is like 5'3". The the witness that
So then me,
testified said his
I'm five
driver,
three.
huh?
I said I'm 5'3".
Right. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is his driver was there and slash bodyguard. So why didn't the bodyguard handle the situation? There's no way Tory Lanez wrestled that gun from his bodyguard unless his bodyguard just fell back and said, "Handle your business." You heard?
and then another thing that they were like, I think it think with the evidence, like they were saying like Meg had like bullet fragments, but yet it was just glass. So and then they said something about they were losing it, like evidence and stuff like that.
Yeah, because they showed I think it was DJ Academics. He showed a video yesterday from TMZ when the police was asking her to walk back with her hands up. Academics was pointing
Mm.
out that there was a lot of blood on the ground. And then he was like, "Oh, well, that's those are footprints. Those are Megan. The indication is the blood was coming from the soles of her feet. So to Dalquan's point, maybe she stepped on some glass or something."
Yeah, I think it was. To me, I think it was bullet fragments, but probably couldn't. see if it was bullet fragments, but I think it was majority of glass.
Well, see, I think so too, Dalquan, and that's the other thing. People keep saying that he shot her. He didn't shoot her. Like when you shoot somebody, you point the gun at a person and you shoot them. That's not what took place. So yeah, she took shrapnel or bullet fragments to the foot, whatever, but nobody shot at her.
Well, he could have shot at the flow, and then whatever gets. So listen, I'm not no fucking ammunition.
No, but listen, Shree, that's what I'm saying. So the eyewitness says Tory had the gun in the air and was busting off in the air. I heard another blogger say that when Tory put his hand down, he still had his finger on the trigger. And when his hand came down, he inadvertently shot at the ground. And that shot at the ground is where the bullet fragments comes from in her foot.
And that's what pisses me off, Michael Phillips, because if you got money, nigga, figure out how to use a goddamn gun.
Exactly.
Even I know to
and
take
listen,
my hand off the trigger if I'm not using it.
Shree, I was in the military. You are taught first thing is when you shoot at a target, it should not, you don't squeeze the trigger. You ease, you know what I'm saying? Like the when your index finger squeezes that trigger, it should be a surprise. You have to control your breathing,
right?
And you don't just yank on the joint. You let it come through. When you got the target in sight, you zeroed in on it. Your breathing is controlled. You squeeze it. You don't jerk it, right?
Right.
And then when you're not shooting, your finger is off the trigger.
Facts, because that's what I learned when I went to the gun range. They was like, keep your finger at a certain place, and then when you're ready to shoot, you move it there, bust, and when you're done, you put it right back where the fuck it was. You do not keep.
But you don't bust though. But you don't bust. You squeeze yourself. Right, you squeeze it. You don't bust. A lot of people, like a lot of these niggas in the street, be talking about I'm busting off, and they, you know what I'm saying. You see the images of these niggas shooting, and you could tell they really wasn't trained on how to shoot.
What when I spoke to the dude at the gun range, he was like, "Yo, don't watch these fucking movies. None of them know how to hold the gun right. It's only the fucking cops in the movies that know how to hold the gun right because they had to look at the fucking police to learn how to hold the shit properly." All these gangsters and holding it to the side and all this. You hold the gun to the side, you're gonna break your shoulder, you're gonna break your fucking elbow.
Then this was
a handgun.
Like you ain't got no sense, bitch. You ain't Linda Hamilton in the motherfucking Terminator. Get out of here.
Yo. But listen, I'm saying all of that. I keep hearing people say that Megan got shot, and she did not get shot. She caught bullet fragments in her feet. Not to say it's not painful, not to say that she deserved it. I'm not suggesting any of that. I'm saying nobody shot Megan. That's what I'm saying. And I think we need to be clear with that distinction.
Okay, I agree with that.
Listen, sister, you in Brooklyn. So the what is it called? The is it the Caribbean Fest or the West Indian Day Parade?
Right, the West Indian Day Parade, Labor Day Parade.
Right. So what happens towards the end of that joint?
Wait, which part of the ending? You mean the procession?
When niggas start busting off in the air.
Oh, the 21 gun salute.
Right. That happens in multiple places and multiple cultures. People bust up in the air, even in the hoods, in the projects on New Year's Eve. Niggas bust up in the air.
Everybody on the roof.
Yeah, niggas catch fragments from that shit.
Fact.
That don't mean somebody shot you.
It's a fact.
And then the sad thing about it down here, like they actually shoot for Christmas, and that's a bad thing.
And so I'm like, okay, we all as black people are familiar with that practice.
And see, that's the other thing. Hold on, Michael Phillips, because I wanted to say that when motherfuckers bust shot in the air, they don't shoot it straight up to the sky. They shoot it at an angle because they know that if they shot it straight up in the air, that bullet's gonna
It's
come
gonna come
straight back
directly back
down.
down. Exactly, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
So they shoot it at at a fucking angle so it can travel and shit, and then hopefully it don't hit no fucking body.
And the eyewitness at the trial stated that Tory was waving. He had his hands up in the air while he was busting, but he was waving his arms in different directions. That's what the eyewitness said.
But see, this is the thing that gets me, because if you telling me that the shorty went for the gun, right, and then Tory Lanez had the gun after, like this is where it don't make no sense to me. Like somebody got to know how to handle a fucking gun.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And the point is, I go back to the driver / bodyguard. How is it that the bodyguard seen what condition they was in and allowed them to even, because they said when the police pulled them over, Tory was in the front seat and the gun was on the floorboard of the passenger seat. And that's where Tory was. My thing is, if security, the driver, knows where that gun is, why he didn't grab that gun and say, listen, I'm security. So unless that gun was hot, because I think they said the gun
it was unlicensed. It was unlicensed or unregistered, and the security motherfucker ain't gonna have no unlicensed, unregistered gun. He gonna have a real fucking licensed gun, a registered gun. He gonna have.
Here's my point though. Here's my point though. If that's security, what's the need for an unregistered gun to begin with?
Thank you.
Facts.
And this is why I'm sitting there like, yo, Meg Thee Stallion, where the fuck was your bodyguard? And where the fuck was your antennas to get your own fucking car?
Well, hold on.
You know you smutting around. Don't be chilling with the bitch that you fucking smutting on and the motherfucker. Like, what the fuck is this?
Nah, but remember,
is this?
Megan went there with her assistant. He was like her stylist or hairdresser or whatever. I can't remember his name. But Megan and Kelsey went there with him.
No, that's stupid. She should have went with a motherfucking bodyguard and him.
Well, hold on, because that was part of the questioning. They were like, does Megan carry guns? And the first questioning was, did Megan have a gun that night? And because he packed her bags to take them home, take both of them home from Kylie's house, they said, well, while you were packing her bags, did you see a gun in her bags? He said, I wasn't looking in the bags. I was just throwing shit in the bags. And so they said, well, did you see her with a gun that night, or Kelsey with a gun that night? And he said, no. He said, is it practice for Megan to have guns with her from time to time when y'all go out? And he said, yes. But he said he didn't see her with one that night. So from all indications, Megan goes out a lot without security.
Wow, that's dangerous.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Pretty Eyes, how you doing, hon?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty Eyes, what's going on?
I'm about to get a headache over motherfuckers that ain't got nothing to do with me.
That's what they do. Hey, I just came up here for a second. Have you seen that video of that German guy talking about white people and where we're really from?
No.
Where you going with this, Ma?
Well, okay, there was this German guy, and he said that white people are basically were aliens from another galaxy that came over here and do what aliens do and invaded. And
y'all think you think the aliens got the Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're going with that.
No. Because I know you and Shree are into, the conscious stuff that, looking outside the box. So I thought maybe you guys would have seen it. This is why I was asking, because I
Well,
wanted to hear your thoughts.
Malachi Z. York said, we come from the planet Risk. So
we be traveling on Mburu, which is a fucking spaceship or some shit.
I guess this is an old what do you call it? Urban tale, I guess, that the white people are aliens or not from here.
Listen, Pretty Eyes, I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm gonna tell you right now, whoever is an alien not from this world, I'm mad at all y'all motherfuckers because y'all ain't give us nothing good yet except for fucking Velcro. Okay, y'all not helping us figure out world hunger. Y'all not helping us figure out world peace. Y'all not helping us figure out how we can stop these dumb people from doing dumbass shit. Y'all just allow us. So get the fuck out of my planet and go back where the fuck you came from. I don't give a fuck.
Tell them, Shree.
I was born here. If you're not gonna help a motherfucker out, you're not gonna be like V and steal my fucking water or none of that shit. You could take Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lane's midget ass with you. Take all them niggas with you. I don't give a fuck. Y'all go back on them boo boo and kubu and boo boo boo. I don't give a fuck. One.
Yeah, Pretty Eyes.
I was just, because it was kind of wild. The way I took it, like, of course, I didn't take offense to it because it's somebody else's opinion. You don't speak for me, but it just seemed like he was trying to give himself permission to be racist, because what he said after that was really, it just pissed me off.
Hey, Pretty Eyes, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Why were you watching that?
I came up on my feed and I was like, okay, I'll check this out. We'll see what this guy says. And when he said the galaxy, I was like, oh, hell no, he's a nut job, right? And then I kept on listening and I was like, oh, I see what he's doing. He's basically being outright racist, but trying to, minimize it by saying we're from a different galaxy.
Are you talking about the German guy?
Yeah.
I got an answer for him. God is an alien. God was not born here, right?
Mm-hmm.
God made this shit. God was not born here. So technically God an alien too. What the fuck we gonna do? Jesus is half alien. I'm half alien too. The fuck we gonna do it? We all got most high up in us. Child.
The only reason why I asked is because I wanted to see if maybe you guys would have felt the same way I did. I just thought it was bullshit.
Listen, there's a lot of bullshit information out here, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of self-hating black people out here that hate themselves. There's a lot of white racists out here that hate us. I don't fuck with none of them. You heard?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, like, all of that other shit is just white noise to me. Pardon the pun.
Yeah.
It's like, like we can generally say white people are like this, but then individual white people that's not like that. It's just like you could generally say black people are like this, but as you can see, not all black people act the same, react the same, feel the same, because we looking at these black people like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Exactly.
Listen, I address my black brothers and sisters as brother or sister, but every black person ain't, every black man ain't my brother, and every black woman ain't my sister. Yeah. And I know how to make the distinction between the two. You heard?
Now, if we're going to talk about, white people and white power and all that shit, yeah, we could talk about that as far as the LAPD is concerned, because they never had a good track record on treating black people right.
Nope.
Neither has the NYPD.
That's a fact.
Look what they did to Rodney King and shit. Come on.
Rodney King, my homeboy, I Can't Breathe, Eric Garner, like the list goes on and on. It's mad motherfuckers that the police, period, you know what I'm saying, has done some old fucked up shit too. And okay, so let's take it there. So, Pretty Eyes, do you think that it's a white thing that they are catering more towards Megan Thee Stallion than they are Tory Lanez? Like, okay, if we got to choose between the black man and the black woman, we going to side with the black woman because she'll shake her ass for us Tory Lanez ain't gonna shake his balls for us, and we just want to get black men out the way any fucking way. Would you?
Okay, with the lack of evidence and all that shit, basically, yeah. That's what they're doing. They're trying to save the damsel in distress.
Listen, let me point this out too. Megan Thee Stallion is with Rock Nation, right? If Tory Lanez gets found not guilty, then there's a huge stigma on Meg Thee Stallion. Basically, no one, she's persona non grata after that.
I think she's already going to be persona non grata.
Yeah, this is going to look worse for her than the other way, I think.
No, listen. If Tory is found not guilty, then I mean, there's questions are still out.
The appeal, and the appeal goes through.
Yeah, I hope he wins the appeal, honestly.
No, but listen to what I'm saying, though. If he's found not guilty, then the people that were still rocking with Meg are now starting to question, well, damn, did she lie? Like we was rocking with her, we was standing up for her, but now people are gonna the people that were supporting her are now going to start to second guess her. The people that thought she was lying all along are still going to be there. I'm talking about her supporters. So what I'm saying is, to a record label, if she's labeled a snitch and a liar, who's listening to her music after that?
No one, like freaking Snitch 9.
But you know what's crazy, Michael Phillips? After I did my first video on this shit, I started talking to a bunch of people about it, and it was mostly the females, black females, that was like, I don't believe Megan Thee Stallion. Fuck that bitch, she lying. I believe Tory Lanez, boot the boob, and this and that. And it kind of reminded me of the whole R. Kelly thing. But the difference with R. Kelly was, I seen the video where he did what he did. I seen the videos before where how he was treating the older women as opposed to this young girl. I seen them videos, so I can say for myself, nah, R. Kelly's an evil ass motherfucker and all that shit. He did it. This, I didn't see none of that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see what happened or what didn't happen. It's all a whole bunch of hearsay and now this was lying and that was lying and all this other shit.
Shree, the problem is that Megan and Tory, they was both posting social media posts after the incident happened. They
did a whole album on the shit.
Right. They wouldn't shut the fuck up. They kept talking. They kept taking shots at each other. Kelsey did a diss track against Megan. But outside of that diss track, you didn't hear shit from Kelsey. It was Tory and Megan going back and forth for years on social media. And I'm wondering, like, who the fuck is they lawyers not telling them to shut the fuck up?
Facts.
Yeah, they kept it in the limelight, so they had to do something, I guess.
Yeah, so I never believed nothing either one of them said, because they were plea bargaining in the on social media.
Well, and they were claiming, them dating was a publicity stunt and all sorts of stuff. So
wait, hold on, pretty eyes. Who dating was a publicity stunt? Megan and Tory Lanez? Because I didn't find out they was dating until 2 days ago. I thought all this time they wasn't fucking.
Oh no, they went through like a whole ordeal, like them breaking up and stuff. Tory was like, "No, it's a publicity stunt. I wasn't really with her." Da 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 da. A whole bunch of drama came out after.
I think what started with between Tory and Megan was it was during the pandemic, and they were doing that Instagram, that little demon time stuff on Instagram. I think that's what started it off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they were going back and forth during their breakup, and he said it was a publicity stunt, and she was crying, bringing it back up, and yeah. I just think they were stupid to keep talking about it, because other than that, I don't think he would have even been charged.
Now on that part, Tory couldn't.
He would have been charged. It's an unregistered gun in a car. Somebody getting charged.
Well, for the gun, but you know what I'm saying. Like, I don't think it would have been for the shooting.
Yeah, and it with Tory Lane's part, like he couldn't even say nothing like about the case or nothing, and then she kept antagonizing him about it, like on social media interviews and all that stuff like that. And then like even
Yeah, I
if he
remember her
did say
live.
something, yeah, then even if he did say something like on social media, if it was towards Megan, like they would have called like police and stuff like that and trying to get him to delete the post or whatever. And then he'll probably get like on probation or something like that.
I just think the odds were stacked against him too. It's an illegal gun, and he's not I mean, he's not American, and of course, he's a young black male.
I really wish they would find some way to bring that driver up on charges. I mean, he basically disappeared for a while now. I hear conflicting stories that he did show up, but when he showed up, the defense attorney said, "Nah, we don't need you to testify," and it was probably because he was going to implicate Tory, which is why they chose not to put him on the stand. But again, the only eyewitness that testified, I'm not sure if they deposed him properly, but if you knew he was going to say that, you know, he saw Tory with the gun waving it wildly up in the air and shooting, if they knew he was going to say that, why would they allow him to testify?
Mm.
Well, that was them on the defense. That's who was calling him as a witness.
And I'm telling you that's what got him locked up, because that's the only eyewitness that testified.
Wow.
Yep. I'm gonna ask y'all
And
this.
people even believe that it was him that actually shot, not not even Tori or Kelsey.
I definitely believe Tory shot in the air, like
I
the
think,
eyewitness
yeah,
said.
he might have done that, but I don't think like he shot at her. There's no way he
That's what
shot.
I'm saying. That's why I keep like people keep saying Megan got shot. She did not get shot.
She got hit with a bullet fragment from a
Bullet
ricochet
fragments,
when it
yes.
ricocheted off of
Yeah.
something.
Nobody shot at her. Nobody.
And she was still able to walk and all that. Yeah, if she was shot at, she wouldn't be able to walk. You know that her foot would be blown up.
And here's another thing that people aren't really considering. They all were in their bathing suits. I think Megan had put like a big T-shirt on, but
Yeah,
Megan was the only one that left the house barefoot. So
yeah, that was
If
another
she
weird.
was drunk, that would make sense.
thank you. She was drunk as hell. Now think about this for a second, Shree. What are those floating devices people use in the pools? I don't know what the
Floaties.
okay, that's what they call floaties.
Floaties or noodles.
Kelsey passed out in the pool on the floaty. Megan's assistant got her out the pool, took her up to the room, and put her in the bed. He said he testified that Kelsey slept for about 2 or 3 hours.
That's a
He
long time.
testified that they had already gone through 6 or 7 bottles. Kelsey at least got 2 or 3 hours of sleep. Megan was still going that whole time.
So Kelsey was sober. That's what you're telling me?
I'm not saying she was sober, and even the assistant said she was in a much better condition after she got up than she was, because he said Kelsey was mumbling, she was incoherent, her words weren't making sense. He had to help her. He was saying with Megan was still able to walk, but he said Megan can handle her liquor. He said Kelsey can't handle her drinks like that. So Kelsey had to sleep it off. So if they had already gone through 6 or 7 bottles, 2 or 3 hours elapses, and you think Megan ain't still drinking?
Listen, handling the liquor don't mean shit, okay? Because I know plenty of people that could handle their liquor to the point where they was driving, and they still died because of
no
nature
doubt.
or whatever the case may be.
No
Listen. I don't.
No, the point I'm trying to make is that Kelsey at least took a nap.
Right.
Megan was still going.
Than everybody else.
Yeah, Megan was still going, is what I'm saying. Tori got there after Kelsey went to sleep. That's when Megan called Tori. So who knows what Tori was doing prior to him getting there? But what I'm saying is Megan was going hard body the whole time.
Okay, so here's something that I want to say, because I just realized that, y'all was talking about how the homegirl Kelsey got immunity. Megan Thee Stallion ain't getting no immunity. Tory Lanez ain't getting no immunity. So did she get immunity because they wanted to get Tory Lanez? They were like, fuck it, we don't give a fuck what your story is. We just gonna get Tory Lanez, because it's either we get Tory Lanez or we get the both of you bitches. Or we get all three of you motherfuckers.
What I said earlier, man. There was no investigation here. These motherfuckers didn't dig into this shit. They didn't dive into it. They just wanted that nigga. Period.
And that's fucked up. That's fucked up if that's the case. You know what I'm saying? Like,
the prosecution thought that they had a witness on their side talking about Kelsey, and she was going to back up everything that the other witnesses said. When they start getting intrusive, talking about who shot who and who did what, I plead the fifth. I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't want to implicate myself in anything. So I'm not going to answer that.
I want to ask y'all this. Now, there was rumors saying that they can appeal the whole case or whatever. Do y'all think the appeal go fall through or not?
Nah, he's not getting out. The appeal, they're gonna knock that appeal. Listen, you have the ability to appeal any conviction in any case, but the problem is if the lawyer that's doing the appeal isn't astute enough or not, doesn't have the ammunition to point out some discrepancies or some things that don't look sufficient during the trial. If it's not some overwhelming shit, judges they're gonna deny the appeal. Like you gotta really have some, and the problem is, I'm saying this again, I know I keep saying this, the witness that the only person that testified that they saw Tory shooting a gun was the defense witness. I want
to say this much real quick. Sorry to cut anybody off. I want to say this much. The only thing that he could try to appeal really is that assault charge. That's the only thing he could really appeal. Especially since Michael Phillips is saying Megan Thee Stallion never got shot. Nobody shot her. You know what I'm saying? Technically, the only thing that can be appealed is that direct assault. That accidental negligence or whatever the fuck that lesser charge is, I don't think he's going to be able to appeal that. Right? Because the charge of the unlicensed gun in the car, he's not appealing that. That ain't going to get no appeal. That's proven. Sign, seal, deliver.
Okay, so Shree, so let's get clarity here. So is the assault charge the shooting, or is the assault charge with the so-called physical assault that these two men put on whoever?
Now, see, that I don't know. I have no idea.
Right, because I'm not clear. Because assault to me is more of a physical assault, like I punch you in your
assault
face.
Is an intentional thing. Like I'm intentionally shooting you, or I'm intentionally gonna beat your ass, or I'm gonna intentionally blah blah blah. Which is why they said they got that lesser charge of accidental negligence, whatever the fuck it was, more like an accidental thing.
Yeah, and again, that was because he supposedly. Right, and that was supposedly because he was busting off in the air.
Right, which is why I said you can't appeal that, my motherfucker. You're not gonna be able to appeal that lesser charge because you had an unregistered, unlicensed gun in your vehicle, and apparently you used the motherfucker. Now, if they could prove that the LAPD didn't do right with the investigation, then they could try to appeal that charge right there. That's why I'm saying the only real charge they could appeal is the assault charge. Like, I never intentionally tried to shoot the shorty or none of that shit. All that dance bitch is lies and this and that. And not for nothing, I'm not a lawyer. I watch a lot of Law and Order and Judge Mathis and shit like this. I think the only thing that he can really do is get her in civil court and sue her for perjury, sue her for lying, or whatever the fuck the case may be.
Well, listen, Ma, if this nigga does 20 years or 22 years, I think is the maximum he's facing. If he, let's say he does half of that, 10 to 12 years or something like that. When this nigga gets out, I think the last thing he's gonna be thinking about is some civil shit. But who knows?
Now, do you think that he'll do prison time, or do you think they'll deport him?
No, he's doing prison time. They're gonna make an example. He's doing prison time.
He's been in America long enough. He'll probably get prison.
I was just curious because the whole what's her name, Griner thing.
I think he's Brittany Griner. Are you talking about the basketball player?
Yeah.
But that's
a whole different circumstance.
Yeah, that's in Russia.
What I'm saying is, like, most of the times when people are not citizens or whatever, if they break the law, they deport them. So that's why I was asking.
Well, Brittany Griner didn't. Brittany Griner didn't get sent back here because she was a foreigner. She got sent back here because
we had a traitor. Yeah.
There was a trade between the U.S. and Russia. They exchanged prisoners.
Well, listen here, Pretty Eyes. As a New Yorker that knows a lot of West Indian people who got deported off of fuck shit, they don't deport you right away all the time. A lot of times you do spend time in what's called an immigration jail. They got an immigration jail out here, federal prison on the West Side Highway in Manhattan. You would not even know it's the fucking immigration jail. If I'm not mistaken, in the scene of Men in Black with the black guy sitting there, the little security guard motherfucker, I think where they shot that at was around the vicinity of the immigration jail. Okay? You sit there for a little bit and then they deport you. They don't just straight off deport your ass. No,
listen,
you spend some time somewhere else.
I was just thinking because he's,
that dude is going to prison in California. He's going to prison. They not sending him to no immigration jail. The only question is how much time is he doing? That's it. He's going to prison.
And I will agree with that. Because they ain't going through all of this just to deport the nigga talking about, oh, you can't make no more. Because he can go back to Canada and make more music and make money and be straight.
Right.
I don't see Justin Thibodeau or whatever his name is swooping in like Joe Biden to get that motherfucker free. No, I don't see that at all. Because Tory Lanez is no Drake. Okay?
Well, I don't know. Musically, I think Tory Lanez is. I mean, he sings and raps, and he does both well. So I like it.
Remember, Drake was also an actor. He's like the fucking.
Hey, yo! What was the show? Because my daughter used to watch it. It was like Degrassi High.
Degrassi High. He was in
that's where he from. Like I never took Drake seriously as an artist because that's all I see him as, that character from Degrassi High. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, you see him as the wheelchair dude.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No doubt.
And, that's a shame, but this what the fuck.
Listen, I think Tory Lanez is mad talented, but I also think that the motherfuckers is arrogant. I mean, he pushed up on Travis Scott at one point, and they said he punched what's the August Alsina or one of
August Alsina.
Yeah, he punched.
I think it was a female.
They said he got a mad temper, and I know his peoples are Caribbean, so from the West Indies, so I can understand because you know what I'm saying.
He even got into it with what is her name? The thought that goes around and sleeps with all the celebrities and shit.
I'm not sure who you're talking about.
They had an altercation between them two, and she got taken to jail.
Listen,
what is her name?
I hope he keeps that same hothead behavior up
in prison.
In prison, I hope he does the same. I hope he moved the same way in prison.
You know what? Somebody mentioned something earlier in the chat about Cardi B. Okay? And my question is was Megan Thee Stallion ever a stripper? Was she about that life, or is she just one of them fake ass motherfuckers rhyming about it? Because I don't give a fuck.
My understanding is
Cardi B was about that life. Cardi B was a real stripper. She's from the Bronx. She was on that shit. You know what I'm saying? And she got away.
I think from my understanding, Meg was graduated from college. I think she was a college athlete. I don't know if she played basketball or what she did in college, but no, I don't think
it was
Meg,
basketball.
Yeah, I don't think she comes from that sort of background.
So she's not about oh God. So you mean to tell
she's not about that life, really?
Well, hold on, because she's from Houston.
Well, yeah.
From Houston. Yeah. So just because you know, I mean, listen.
She may have been around it, but I don't think she was,
Listen, listen, Cardi B, from the Bronx. She was affiliated with blood niggas because when you live in certain areas, you just can't help being around it. It is what it is. But by the same token, even the educated and the successful, they come from a certain place. And just because they don't have a record or they don't have a habit of going in and out of jail doesn't mean they wasn't
in the streets. Yeah.
Let me tell you something, Michael Phillips. I was blessed. Okay. Mm-hmm. I was raised in a really fucked up part of Brooklyn. All right. But thank God for me, all the fucking gangsters, thugs, these and those, drug dealers and blah, 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 they would see me and be like, take your ass and go study your book. All right. One, because they didn't want to deal with my father, who was down with the fuck shit. Okay. But two, they was like, look, we got to have at least one motherfucker not to be affected by this shit. We got plenty of bitches over here down the road that is willing to do the stupid shit. You be the one fucking bitch that do something with your motherfucking life.
Yeah, see, Shree, I left New York before all of that blood shit, Crip shit came to New York. So that shit wasn't something.
Mike, I'm not even talking about blood and Crip shit. I'm talking about before that. I'm talking about Decepticons and all that other shit. Even before that, Low Life and all that.
Yeah. But you
really first started coming in and busting shots in the motherfucker eye because they looking at them wrong.
Right. You talking about Brooklyn shit. See, what all I know back in the day was the God body shit. I mean, there was a lot of Puerto Rican gangs and shit like that.
Yeah, Latin Kings, all that, yeah.
Right. But what I'm saying is, for the most part, where I was growing up, it was God body shit. That's all I knew. I didn't and I wasn't ever God body. But what I'm saying is the gangs, for the most part, I didn't see that type of shit. So yeah, I can't relate. But what I'm saying is, like, when I go back now and I see how shit is moving and how niggas is giving it up, I'm like, this is a whole different world for me.
Yeah, because when I'm saying Michael Phillips is, it seems like none of these people was really about that life.
No.
So what the fuck are we doing? Why am I listening to motherfuckers? Like, okay, back in the days with hip hop and rap and shit, them motherfuckers was about that life.
Yeah.
Even
Real
fucking
shit.
Biggie Smalls, he wasn't no big time drug dealer. He used to nickel and diamond on the corner of St. James and Fulton Street or Washington Ave or whatever the
Hey,
fuck.
listen. People talk shit about LL because of the style of music he did. They don't know that LL came from Farmers Queens. Like that nigga seen, he went through a lot of shit in his era. People don't know that.
Right.
People look at the I need love and all that. He's like, oh, that nigga's a cornball. Nah, LL will whoop your ass.
Right,
You know
it's
what I'm saying?
levels to this shit.
Yeah. Listen, Just Ice, from the Bronx.
Yes.
Back in the day. You got Showbiz and AG.
Yes.
All of these niggas, Lord Finesse, all of these niggas, Harlem World.
Rap.
Yeah, all of these niggas was from the street. Real shit.
Real shit. Real spit.
Big L from Harlem got killed.
Another one like Soldier Slim that died, went back to the hood and died.
Yeah, exactly. Got shot on the stoop.
Because that motherfucker was about that life before he became a rapper.
Exactly. And that's all they knew. Diamond D, another Bronx nigga.
But then it was like, for some reason, you got these influx of money. Because that's why, there was a time I used to sit back and be like, okay, who's the real motherfuckers? And it, like I said, like we saying, there's levels to this shit. There was motherfuckers that was really involved with that shit. And then there was motherfuckers who was so-called affiliated. You didn't do the dirt, but you was next to the motherfuckers that did the dirt.
And rapping about it.
And this is what I'm saying. I was next to motherfuckers that did dirt. But them motherfuckers was like, take your little ass home because we about to do some dirt and you're not going to get involved.
Hey, listen, Shree, Brooklyn had a reputation when I was growing up. Like, don't fuck with them Brooklyn niggas. Listen, when I was in the military and I used to take leave and go home, because the stadium, not the stadium, the tunnel. Niggas used to be like, yo, don't close with the tunnel because the tunnel used to have different nights. Like it could be a hip hop night one night, and then
and the tunnel was like a labyrinth, yo. You could get lost in the fucking tunnel.
Exactly.
You get robbed and all kinds of shit, and
and it would be the Brooklyn niggas that was robbing niggas.
Hell yeah, in the co-ed bathroom. What? You think I ain't know?
Word up.
I've been to the tunnel plenty of times. I've watched motherfuckers get robbed. Motherfuckers, yo, I'm gonna tell y'all real talk. One time I went to the tunnel and they had the co-ed bathroom and shit. And I walked up in there, motherfuckers was getting got. A dude and a bitch was getting fucking robbed. Niggas looked at me and said, yo, who the fuck is you? I said, yo, I'm from Brooklyn. I'm going right the fuck back to Brooklyn. They was like, all right, take your ass back to Brooklyn then.
Yeah, Brooklyn niggas, listen.
And I turned around and walked the fuck out.
Brooklyn niggas was ruthless back in the day. Okay, and I'm sure they still are. But I'm just saying, from what I remember, niggas, you ain't want to fuck with Brooklyn niggas.
And Brooklyn motherfuckers always had a little extension somewhere. Yo, I got a Harlem homie. I got the Queens Connect. I got the PX Connect and all this shit. So them motherfuckers will rally a motherfucking
But you know what?
Staten Island.
What I see happening in the Bronx now is what I saw in Brooklyn back in the day. Because niggas is not fucking with Bronx niggas right now. Bronx
no, they not.
Bronx niggas is all insane.
You might catch a disease in the fucking Bronx.
Word up. The Bronx is crazy right now.
Bronx is wilding, and I can't even say for no reason, but the Bronx is fucking wilding right now. There's still parts of Brooklyn that's wilding, even though they trying to gentrify the motherfucker. Like, and Pretty Eyes, I tell you, in Brooklyn, it ain't just the black ones acting stupid. Take your ass to Mill Basin, and you will see some white motherfuckers acting up.
No, there's a lot of white motherfuckers that act up.
Hell yeah. Like I got homeboys, I got fucking white homeboys from Brooklyn that had to move to California because they got involved on some mafia shit.
Yeah, my brother's been in the street shit, and he's crazy as hell. I mean, he's in and out of prison.
Like, come on, like, yo, this shit, This shit is wild, and it's just like my thing with hip hop right now is none of y'all motherfuckers is about that life. Because if you was really about that life, you'd probably be dead right now, like these other dead little motherfuckers.
So hold on. I want to get y'all's opinion on this. So Shree, you mentioned earlier that the cats from New York back in the day that was rapping, they came from the streets, and then hip hop was sort of their way out, right? I'm sort of noticing, if you notice, like these cases in Atlanta with these like the Young Thug shit, the what is it? Why in something?
YSL.
No, YSL is Thug, but what was the other
Gunna, some motherfucker.
Not YNM Melly or something.
Yeah.
Whatever. Go
I'm
ahead.
saying all of that to say that I think in this era, these niggas start rapping and then become gangster. They start affiliating with the streets when they become rappers and become successful.
Them
You know what I'm saying?
motherfuckers end up dead.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think a lot of these niggas that's rapping now was gangster. They didn't come from that. I think they started hitting the streets once they became rappers because they start affiliating with niggas that's in the streets. And that's a dangerous combination right there. That's how niggas get extorted, robbed, killed, all of that. You heard?
And they're doing it backwards.
Right, they're doing it backwards. Because listen, if you making that bread, why the fuck are you going back to the streets?
But yo, but you would think that these motherfuckers would take a lesson from Nas or Jigga Jay-Z or one, because Nas was in the street. Nas wasn't no, you know what I'm saying, like me, like, oh, just sitting back watching him. Nas did a little bit here and there when he was on the come up, and then once he got to a certain place, he was like, yo, I got to step.
He comes from Queensbridge. I mean, come on, like that's a notorious project. He had to move us. Listen, Nas was never no gangster, none of that shit. But he fucked with niggas that was gangsters. His brother was a gangster.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
He knew, like, yo, at some point in time, I can't stay here.
Right.
It's wild. It's fucking bugging. Like, yo, okay, I was watching Love and Hip Hop the other day, right?
Mm.
And it was like the family reunion, like Spice was in Jamaica, okay? And Spice decided to give all these mothers 5 million Jamaican dollars. She wanted to give out 5 million Jamaican dollars. Let me tell you something. She lucky she ain't end up dead. You hear me?
No
what
doubt.
The fuck are you talking about? I got 5 million Jamaican dollars out loud for. The fuck wrong with you? Them Jamaican people will run up on you, you know. What the fuck you mean? If I was Spice, I'd have been like, yo, I got some gifts. We gonna meet in this private house right here. I'm gonna find the mamas myself. I'm not gonna do it out in the open because all them people will fucking stampede the place. It's poor people, them.
Listen, that's the thing about West Indian culture, Jamaica specifically for me, that I recognize when you talk about gangster. Like when I look at niggas from New York, right, and they in the streets or whatever, they move a certain type of way, but there's a sort of how can I put it? Like a coyness, like they're not direct and out in the open with it. You know, they move strategically, I guess. What I noticed with them Jamaican cats is they out in the open with it and they don't give a fuck whether it's the police or none of that. You heard?
Especially like back in the day.
Yeah. Like there's no being coy or there's no trying to use subterfuge and none of that shit. Like, nigga, gunshot to me, done shot. You heard?
What? And that's the only thing they're gonna be quiet about when they pull out the gun and shoot on her.
Word up.
They're gonna chat they shit the whole time, except when it's time to pull out the fucking gun. Oh yeah, oh. And then when you hear them quiet, you better look out. You better look at their hand and see what the fuck going on, because next thing you know, they quiet. Boom, that's what y'all hear.
Word up.
Ain't gonna be like, yo, I'm gonna pull out this gun and shoot you, bitch. It ain't no Harlem Nights where Eddie Murphy pulling out a gun like, bitch, I'm gonna shoot you in the pinky toe.
But you know how it goes, Sheree, in New York. Nigga, I'll slap the shit out you. Nigga, I wish you would slap the shit out me. Jamaicans don't do that shit.
Nah.
I'm not gonna slap the shit out you, nigga. I'm gonna pull out this motherfucking tool and make it do some work.
And if a West Indian motherfucker gonna sit there and tell you what they gonna do, you bet they better fucking do it or they gonna get their ass beat.
Right.
Cause now they look like a fuck up. They look, like fuckery. How the fuck you telling people you gonna pull out a gun and shoot them and you ain't do that shit? Fuck wrong with you?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's one thing. I don't give a fuck if you a Yankee or if you a fucking West Indian. Back in the day, you couldn't tell nobody you pulling out a gun to do nothing. Where's that?
Mm-hmm.
And if you didn't do it, they gonna pull out their gun and do what it do.
And
nine times out of the 10, they already know you got it. So it's like enough talk. Let's go.
Right. Ain't nobody would talk for what? Chat about what? But you know what? This is and this is why NYPD act the way they do when it come to guns. Them motherfuckers don't give a fuck what the backstory is. Who fucking who do. If this was in New York, all them niggas would be in jail for at least a month.
And listen.
The bitches too.
You said doo-doo, and it made me think of Dudas, the shower posse. That's how the Jamaicans back in the 80s was fucking up the crack game on the East Coast because of the shower posse.
Hello.
The Jamaicans wasn't playing with nobody.
What you mean?
They wasn't playing with nobody.
The motherfuckers never play. Yo, you know how many fucking gunfire me I fucking run from a fucking stampede, all kind of fuckery shite.
I feel you.
The fuck y'all mean? Like, come on, and we changing the subject, but this is what I'm saying. Why the NYPD act the way they do? These niggas could have never did this in New York. Never. All this stupid shit. Never. All of them would have ended up in jail. Meg Stallion, Kelsey, Kylie Jenner, a motherfucking Tory Lanez, the bodyguard, the mama, and the grandmama. All of them would have ended up in a fucking jail.
And you know how it works, Shree. All of them get locked up until one of them start talking.
Thank you. That's the fucking lick right there. That's how they move. The bitch, Megan Thee Stallion, have been like, yo, I got blood from glass. Word, where the glass at? Take us to where the glass is at. Because if this ain't from glass, bitch, and you lying to us, guess where you going? You can spend some time in Central Booking as opposed to Rikers, bitch. But the rest of them to go to motherfucking Rikers. And you gonna come out?
Let's realize what happened. The shooting happened. They put Megan in the back seat and they drove off. Neighbors called about the shooting and they ended up getting pulled over. So you leaving a crime scene. You heard?
Yeah.
And Megan left with them.
Facts. So she's an accomplice.
Indeed.
Whether she's the victim or the perpetrator, bitch, you an accomplice. You left with them motherfuckers. NYPD would have been like, let's all go to the hospital together and see what the fuck is going on. And they wouldn't have had no problem slapping a handcuff on that bitch. Once they realized it was a gunshot. Because, bitch, you not telling us what the fuck going on.
Word out.
So we're going to assume it's your gun too. Until you prove to us that it's not your gun, bitch. Somebody better open up your mouth something. Huh?
That's weird. They didn't charge all of them with all their fingerprints on the gun.
Nah, but that's the LAPD. That's what I'm saying. They could never do this in New York. New York wouldn't even give a fuck about no DNA. Fuck that. What the fuck? NYPD gonna be like, what? They all rub their balls on the motherfucking gun? We don't give a fuck about no DNA. Whose gun is this? Ain't nobody claiming it. All y'all gone. Yeah. All of you. If nobody's claiming this gun, all of you own the gun. That's what y'all need to understand how New York work. They don't give a fuck about the backstory. All they know is there's a legal gun here, and we don't like no illegal guns out this bitch. All y'all get it, because that's what happens to regular folk out here.
It's an illegal gun, and it's a gunshot victim.
Thank you.
Somebody
and a gunshot victim could go to jail too.
Right, so we need to know something, or all y'all going to jail.
Exactly, and that's how they get the closest to the truth. They don't give a fuck if them motherfuckers is lying. They the only reason why they would give the shorty immunity, she better not plead no fifth. She better not try to pull a fucking movie on us. If they giving her immunity, it's because the bitch already testified. You feel me? Already. And we don't give a fuck what she lying about now. The bitch already told the truth, or what we feel is the fucking truth, or good enough for us. Fuck out of here. Them niggas don't give a fuck who was fucking who was drunk, da-da-da. All y'all can go to jail for being drunk and all this other bullshit. What y'all drinking and driving too? Okay, there was a motherfucker who was sober, and you allowed all this to happen, Mr. Sober? You could take your ass to jail too.
Hey, yo, I want to point this out again. I said this earlier. Megan's stylist, or whatever his title was, he drove her and Kelsey there, and he packed their bags to leave with him. Because he saw shit going left with Megan. He said Megan, he said, I forgot how he described it, but he said she was becoming irritable and more aggressive, right? Mm-hmm. So if you think about this, had Megan and Kelsey left with Megan's assistant, none of this shit would have ever happened.
Exactly.
The reason they stayed there was because Megan was in her bag about Tori flirting with Kylie. That's what all of this stemmed from. All of it.
Okay. But Michael Phillips, you know better than anybody that just because something is morally wrong don't mean it's unlawful.
No, listen, I completely agree with you. I'm just pointing out the obvious that if Megan wasn't in her feelings about Tori, she would, because like I said initially, the bags were packed and put in the assistant's car, and they was going to leave with the assistant. Megan was in her bag about Tori and Kylie. That's what set all of this shit off.
And she gonna, you know what? She gonna get hers, because you know how Karma do. And she feel like she blackballed right now. Motherfuckers is treating her wrong. You got a couple more years to deal with this shit, homegirl. I'm telling you.
But I'm curious to see what trajectory her career takes after this, because all of the supporters, I'm sure they're gonna continue to support, I guess. But I'm wondering, like, if her music is gonna do as well as it was doing, if she's gonna gain more fans, or it's gonna be detractors because of this shit. Like, I'm curious to see where that goes.
Well, you know what, Michael Phillips, if I want to play with what Pretty Eyes said earlier, and I want to go on conspiracy theories, all of this could have been a humiliation ritual. You know what I'm saying? For some old Illuminati shit. And Tory Lanez just happened to be the sacrifice instead of her.
So break that down, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right. You know, a lot of times when
Yo.
Shree, we can't hear you. I don't know what happened to her mic.
I'm not sure. She'll be back though.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, we here.
All right, I'm back. Okay. So when they go through all this shit, you know, the conspiracy people will say like, this is some sort of humiliation ritual with the Illuminati or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So they had to go through that to get established as part of the elite and this, that, and the third. So that's where I'm coming from with it. Like, if we gonna go with Pretty Eyes and what she talking about, then all of this could have been a humiliation ritual where fucking Tory Lanez ended up being the sacrifice instead of this broad.
Yeah, like it was meant for her, but got him instead.
Yeah, because Tory wasn't really like signed to any label. If I mean, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, he mostly is known for putting out mixtapes and shit like that, but I don't think he was actually signed to any label or anything like that. People,
I'm not sure.
I don't think he was.
I think he used to be, and then he turned independent, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
But my basic point is, you never know. This bitch might end up doing better. You know what I'm saying? Because the elites might be like, good job. You got a black man out of here, do. So let's hook you up. You know what I'm saying? She might turn into a big pop star. Fuck a rap.
Well, that's why I was saying that it was important for Tory to get convicted, because if he didn't get convicted, I think it would have been worse for her. She's still gonna get backlash now, but I'm saying it would have been a whole lot worse if he was found innocent.
In the court of public opinion, she might not, especially black people opinion, she might not look the best. They might not want to fuck with her for a little while, but it's not like she gonna get the R. Kelly status or Bill Cosby or fucking what's this motherfucking name? Damn, Harvey Weinstein. You feel me? Like she might not get like that. She might die down for a little bit. Couple years later, she come back and she be on some actress shit or what the fuck ever. As far as I'm concerned, bitch, stay out of hip hop. Don't rap no more.
Right, and that's the other thing too that I just thought about. So we talk about her and this whole Kelsey dynamic, right? The fact that you were willing to backdoor your best friend like that, like who really wants to be affiliated or associated with her in real life based on her interactions with Kelsey?
Well, see, Michael Phillips, we can't really say that because we know on YouTube there's motherfuckers that do all kinds of evil and dastardly shit, and they still rocking and thriving, and people still fucking with them and all that. So, she's still gonna have people fucking with her.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, people always look for fame however they can get it, I guess, but for me, I can't see it.
But this is why we not famous, Michael Phillips. This is why we sitting here where the fuck we at.
Hey, listen, I'm famous to my children. You heard?
Okay.
There you go.
I'm famous to some motherfucker, but I'm not super famous. I'm not, and I don't want to be. The fuck, I don't want to go through none of this extra shit for what?
No doubt.
That's why I'm sitting here like, yo, what is in the alcohol nowadays? What is in the fucking drugs nowadays that y'all making all these stupid ass decisions?
Hey, listen, Shree, you bring up a good point. No disrespect, Pretty Eyes. Maybe we need to start driving to the liquor stores in the white neighborhoods and buying the liquor from there. Because maybe they putting something in the liquor that gets you.
Apparently they was fucking with Kylie Jenner ass. Ain't she white?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they bought the liquor with them though.
Oh no, hell no.
They bought the liquor with them. You heard? So yeah, Pretty Eyes, if you see an influx, and I don't know where you live at, I don't know if with the percentages of black to white ratio and all of that.
There's more Mormons than anybody.
You said Mormon?
What?
You said Mormon?
If they're always coming in with the real shit. Who gonna sue? You think she gonna sue Truly Gifted or he gonna sue? Who she gonna sue in civil court? She the fuck up when it's because Truly Gifted civil court is way different from criminal court. We don't need as much evidence and all that fly shit. It could be a whole lot of probable cause in the motherfucker. Who's she gonna sue? Tory Lanez? I mean, she can't
I
sue
think
him.
Tory Lanez
No,
should
I
sue her.
think he's talking about he's talking about Meg.
No, I know he's talking about Meg, but I'm like, who's she suing? Tory Lanez?
I
Yeah,
don't think she's suing. I think
she's gonna sue Tory. She gonna sue Tory. Yes.
you
But
think.
Michael Phillips, you just established that he never shot her. So what is she gonna sue him for? He could sue her though.
Yep. Defamation of character.
Thank
No,
you.
no. You just said it was civil court, right? So you
Yeah.
talking about pain and suffering, loss of
Slander and
wages,
defamation.
all types of shit.
Truly
Because
Gifted.
She
Definitely
could
gonna
claim defamation.
$1 million motherfucking dollars.
She could say like this affected her career and all that other stuff, but he could also counter sue.
yeah, he can counter sue while he's in prison, but he's still doing that time though.
Yeah. I don't think he should be doing it. I just really don't. I'm sorry, I don't. I mean, yeah, he should have been, some of the charges, yeah, he's guilty for. But that shooting, no.
Hey,
No.
truly gifted, absolutely. Absolutely. When she said on the stand that she wished he would have shot her and ended her life and the torment and all of that, like she was playing all of that up for something else.
God damn it.
You heard?
She was getting the sympathy vote.
Yep. And she got it.
Mm-hmm.
And now she won that. Now it's on to the next phase.
She played perfect victim. I'm down. I can't. I can't.
And then not only did she play the victim from what Tory did to her, but she also played the victim to what her friend, supposedly best friend, did to her, even though Kelsey ain't do shit to her.
Well, apparently they were sleeping with Tory at the same time.
No, but the point is Kelsey was sleeping with him first. Megan went behind her back fucking the nigga.
Wow. Okay.
That's why they got into it.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I think she was just hurt emotions, hurt feelings, whatever. He didn't reciprocate her feelings towards him, and flirting with Kylie, all that other shit.
Listen, I heard Megan. I heard Megan making a statement, something along the lines. This is not verbatim, but she was basically saying like, "Well, I guess I don't get the love that the light skinned women get." Kelsey is a very attractive woman. I'm gonna be.
I think Megan's pretty too. So.
Well, I'm gonna be transparent here. Megan looks like a man to me.
Yeah. There's that.
So when I mentioned earlier about the jealousy, I think Megan was very jealous of Kelsey. I think she was very jealous.
Okay, which bodyguard was lost and found? Megan Thee Stallion? Because that's the one thing I didn't understand.
Yeah.
Like I said in my video, where the fuck was her bodyguard? And they talking about,
she didn't have a bodyguard there. She didn't have a bodyguard there.
Just barely. It just barely happened.
Wait, she didn't have a bodyguard back then? What the fuck are y'all
No, she didn't have a bodyguard with her that night.
Yeah, they were with that. Yeah, his.
Yeah, the bodyguard was Tory. What happened?
That's stupid on her part.
Yeah, but according to her stylist, whatever his title is, that nigga said she did that often. She went to functions without security.
Yeah. I don't get that. See, I think a lot of the rappers, they think like they're untouchable even without security. And although there's a lot being shot, they're not realizing, hey, yeah, we can be a target. I don't know, this flexing on the internet and all that stuff. When I was growing up, you didn't show what you had. You didn't let the next person know what you had.
Hey, yo, pretty eyes. Think about this for a second. Megan's from Houston. She was originally with Carl Crawford's label, which is affiliated with Mob Ties. I'm wondering if it's possible that she couldn't get security. Well, I guess I don't know where she lives. I don't know if she lives in California or if she's still in Texas. But I'm wondering if because of her conflict with 1501 and Mob Ties, if they sort of put a what's the term I'm looking for?
They set up?
No, not set her up, but just made people
backdoor, basically.
Yeah, look at her as like persona non grata, like we not fucking with you. So maybe that's why she stopped fucking with security, or maybe why she felt like she just would travel without security and she would only travel in certain circles. I'm just wondering, like, if her Houston connection with them fucked up her image amongst people in the industry that said, nah, we ain't fucking with her.
But if she got money, who gives a fuck about reputation?
Nah, but I'm saying if people, okay, so people that does security for celebrities, this, that, and the third, if people behind the scenes are putting a finger on the pulse of the community of those people and saying, no, don't fuck with her. I'm because again, if Megan Thee Stallion is a famous rapper, let's be clear. Why is she going anywhere without security? Maybe
She shouldn't be.
Maybe because she was at Kylie Jenner's house. Maybe she felt safe because it was Kylie Jenner. I don't know. But
I didn't feel nowhere safe around the Kardashians. I'm just saying.
I'm sure Kylie Jenner at her own house had motherfucking bodyguards.
I'm pretty sure.
At her own crib. So what the fuck? If all three of us was superstars and all that shit, right? I don't give a fuck if I go to your house, Michael Phillips. My bodyguard gonna be sat right the fuck outside the door where we chilling at to make sure I'm fucking good.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. Tory, the dude that drove Tory to the function was his security.
Yeah, right. So maybe
he was smart enough to bring a fucking bodyguard. She did not. This is where I'm fucking bugging out at, because you a woman.
Right, but mine. Why is the bodyguard allowing an unregistered gun in his whip?
If it was Tory Lanez's whip, the bodyguard, what the bodyguard gonna say? And like, you know what I'm saying? It's only certain things that they can do. Just like the assistant was like, yo, I'm doing this and we gonna go and jump in the car. And the bitch said, nah. What could the assistant do? Force her? No, because he's on the payroll, just like the bodyguard. So of course the bodyguard could pick her up and be like, yo, booty bap, but is she gonna listen? Hello.
I feel you.
What's poppin'?
Digging Wood, what up, bro?
Now hold on a second. Before we go there, I just want to say this. I feel like I don't think men should be calling you Deacon Wood, sir. I think I should be calling you Deacon Wood because it just sounds amazing when a woman says Deacon Wood. Michael Phillips, no disrespect to you, but come on now, what y'all calling him Deacon Wood for? You got your own wood, motherfucker. Anyway, go ahead.
That's the name. That's the name on the screen. You heard?
Michael Phillips, you always been a secure motherfucker. Go ahead, Deacon Wood. Let's hear.
First thing first, good morning.
Grand Rise.
Peace, brother.
All that glory to God for being here this morning. I just had a question though. Did Tory Lanez, did he not take the stand at all his whole trial?
He did not.
Do you think that was a mistake?
I don't.
At this point, I do.
I think that was a mistake.
I think you should have took the stand.
I just don't get how nobody knows who shot the person. So it's he said, she said. no facts and evidence point back to him, but he's still found guilty.
No. Hold on, slow down, brother. There is facts and evidence pointing back to him.
What's the facts and evidence?
His own witness that said he saw Tory pointing the gun up in the air and shooting it. I don't know the exact term, but shooting the gun wildly up in the air.
Okay.
And that was Tory. That was I think his name was Sean something. I can't remember the witness's name.
And that was his bodyguard in the car. That was somebody else.
Well, that was his driver, but my understanding that's his driver / bodyguard.
Yeah, I read that was his bodyguard.
So if that was the case, I'm trying to figure out, then why is her friend Kelsey on the stand trying to plead the fifth? If everything points back to him.
Because she was in back behind with Tory.
No, so truly, this is my opinion. This isn't a fact. This is my opinion. Her and Megan got into a fight in the car. They get out the car and fighting. Megan is beating the brakes off of her. She goes back to the car. She knows the gun is in there. She grabs the gun. There's one of the eyewitness that I think convicted Tory testified that he saw two men beating a woman. I think that beating he was describing was them trying to get the gun away from Kelsey. Tory ends up with the gun, starts busting off in the air, and next thing you know, Megan is claiming, whatever.
Could they have shot when they were tussling with the gun, though?
Well, again, the witness says that he didn't see anybody with a gun the first shot. He didn't see anybody with a gun, and he didn't see who had the gun, but he saw a muzzle flash, and the muzzle flash was close to the woman, implicating Kelsey.
But see, MP, for me, it would make more sense for Tory Lanez to get up on the stand and say something, especially if the homegirl talking about, I'm going to plead the fifth, and ain't nobody telling the real story. Everybody lying.
Yeah, I would have fought for myself.
There's no reason for her to plead. My thing is this. The only reason why she would plead the fifth in any of this case is that if she's the one that pulled the trigger.
No.
I don't.
Hold on.
Her fingerprints were on the gun.
Gifted. No. Her fingerprint. They
didn't test for her fingerprints. Is that
right?
Correct?
They didn't test for her DNA at all. But there was different. She had gunshot residue on her hands, but they never tested her DNA.
Oh, because from what I was hearing, that there was different prints on the gun. That they found different prints.
They found DNA on the gun, but it was not conclusive enough to say it was Tory's or Kelsey's.
Well, but they can't say it was Kelsey because they never tested hers.
Exactly.
It was inconclusive for Tory. But that's what I'm saying. If that's the case, somebody tussling over a gun, you see a person shooting up in the air, that's one thing. Mm-hmm. Okay. But you don't have nobody saying he pointed at Megan's foot at Megan and shot her.
Right.
And that's what I said in the beginning.
That's all I'm saying. If you have nothing, I'm still just struggling where they saying he pointed a gun at Megan, told her dance, whatever she quoted out of whatever movie.
Yeah, I don't think that dance bitch ever happened.
But see, it sounds good though, right? And that's why I was telling you, she's gonna sue civilly, and she's gonna get paid handsomely. She has no choice. It's a slam dunk case. But if all that happened, there's no reason for her friend to be up on the stand unless she has some direct involvement with it. There's no need for her friend to get on the stand and plead the fifth. That's like you ain't got shit to do with it, Mike. You just was fighting. You know I pulled that trigger. Why the fuck would you get on the stand and invoke the Fifth Amendment? What are you defending?
Okay, so she's defending her husband, Kelsey, I'm talking about, who is affiliated with Carl Crawford's record label 1501, which is affiliated with Mob Ties. And remember, Meg was originally signed to that label, that 1501 label, before she went to Rock Nation. So there's litigation still pending with 1501 and Meg Thee Stallion.
Listen, Michael, I think that's where me and you disagree.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think that she pleaded the fifth to fuck everybody up.
No, we don't disagree. We don't disagree there. I'm saying she did that to fuck everybody up because her husband is affiliated with that record label.
Nah, I think she fucked
originally
she was fucking.
Originally, she told the investigators that Tory Lanez shot Meg. She told them that. Then she, during the investigation, she says, well, if y'all want me to cooperate, I need immunity. They give her immunity. She gets on the stand and say, I don't know shit.
That's what I'm saying. She didn't. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's two different cases. And in this case, never let somebody else write the story of your life with a different pen. If I'm Tory Lanez and I see this lady on here failing and flopping, pleading the fifth because she got another case with something else, that ain't got shit to do with my life. If I got $1 million in the bank, you best believe I'm going to spend $999,000.
That's right.
To make sure I get up out of jail. I'm not going to leave shit to chance. If that was the case, Tory should have got on the stand and said exactly what happened, and put all that shit to rest. Because now you convicted, or you got convicted, right? You ain't been sentenced yet. Now you convicted, facing 22 years.
But brother, you're saying that assuming that he wasn't the shooter, though.
That's what I'm saying. It's too much up in the air. I haven't heard a story where they said they saw Tory Lanez fire the gun at Meg Thee Stallion.
Only one witness, and that's his witness.
His witness said he fired up in the air.
Yes.
Not at Meg Thee Stallion.
Right.
So are you saying that the gunshot went up in the air, hit the ground, ricocheted, and hit her in the foot?
That's the implication.
That's what the implication.
I think that's what happened.
I think that may make a little bit more sense.
And she got shot.
Yeah, but if they were all fighting over, okay. So just so I'm clear, his witness said that he saw Tory by himself shoot the gun up in the air.
Okay, so let me go back. So before the witness testimony, let me tell you what I gathered from this. That Tory got in the car and Megan was pissed that he was flirting with one of the Jenner sisters, whatever the fuck her name is. Right. And she got in her bag and she was talking shit to Tory. And then Tory comes at Kelsey and says, hey, the whole time I was fucking you, I was fucking Megan too. Kelsey gets in her bag. They get out the car. I'm talking about Kelsey and Megan. They start fighting. Megan is beating the brakes off the broad. Kelsey goes back to the car, gets the gun, and Tory and the driver sees that she gets the gun. They jump out. They wrestle the gun away from her. But apparently, before they get the gun from her, there's a shot. They grab the gun from her. Then Tory starts to shoot the gun up in the air, apparently to calm the situation down.
So you have one shot towards Meg? Or they were just
I don't know if it was towards Meg because before Kelsey could actually get to her, the driver and Tory is on her. So because that's when the witness describes two males fighting a female. So I determined that when he sees the fight with the female, that's them trying to get the gun away from her.
Right. And while they're trying to get the gun away from her, a shot goes off.
I don't know if it happened before or during. I'm not sure about that.
Some ain't just making no sense. Because like I said, it don't.
None of it
makes sense to me. And that's what you about to. If it don't make no sense to me, and you got to be able to explain that. Somebody should. I just don't get why they don't test her. If her fingerprints is on the gun, and
but
her
it's
DNA
not
is on the gun.
No, nobody's fingerprints is on the gun. There's DNA on the gun, but it's inconclusive. But Tory and Kelsey has gunshot residue on their hands, both of them.
Which would be if I sit next to you and I fire a gun, you're gonna have gunshot
I
residue on
already
your
know
hands.
DNA transfer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's I'm just saying for you to spend 22 years of your life in jail and you not to take the stand potentially, unless you got a cold case for an appeal.
But listen, truly, if you get on the stand and you perjure yourself in any way, and that shit comes back on you, then you done.
You know what this
Kelsey,
reminds me of,
And so
guys?
he would
I
have
remember the whole Sean
in
right?
some way implicate himself because the gunshot residue was on his hand. He would have to admit that he had the gun in his hand and he was possibly busting off.
Mike,
He would have to admit
we just said if I shot a gun next to you, you gonna have gunshot residue in your hand. So is you gonna get on the stand and say you shot a gun when you know I'm the one that shot the gun?
No, hold on. So if Kelsey shot the gun, think about this. They said Megan was in the front seat. Okay, hold on. Okay, I got you. Yeah, because initially Megan was in the front seat, Tori and Kelsey was in the back. Okay, I got you. So if Kelsey shot from the whip, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
So I'm just saying that's what I'm saying. Me and you could be fighting over a gun. I squeeze the trigger, but both our hands is on the gun. We're
Right.
gonna have the same amount of gunshot residue on each other's hand, and that's why the DNA is very, very important. If you as me as a lawyer, if my DNA is not on the clip like they said, and it's inconclusive you don't know if I held that gun or not.
But again, like you said, they never tested Kelsey's DNA, even though they knew she had gunshot residue, which makes no sense to me.
And that's what I'm saying. The case is just making no sense. I don't. If she was shot and it was over an argument or whatever it was, and it sounds like he was trying to get the gun away from Kelsey. The gun maybe went off. I don't think he was intentionally trying to shoot that girl.
He could probably get
No, he
a
wasn't.
pill and ask them to freaking test her for the DNA.
This
Yeah,
reminds me of that Sean shit so bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, he ended up spending how many years in prison for that?
22 years.
No, Sean.
Sean ended up spending like about 10 or so years.
In prison over the same type of BS.
Yep.
Exactly. But the only difference was, from what I heard, Sean was like willing to take the fall. He was like,
he took the fall for that. But I don't think nobody in this case is gonna take the fall for Tori. Is what it sounds like. It sounds like old girl was supposed to take the fall because she actually potentially may have did something. But it just whenever people are drinking, I don't know how and that's why this case takes 2 years to come apart, right? You got 2 years to practice and rehearse your story. But as drunk as what they were saying they was, I don't know how you can recall a whole stagger of events when y'all been drinking like that.
And listen, and truly gifted, the fact that their stories changed over the last 2 years is consistent with some drunk niggas.
Yeah,
because they all first and foremost, they didn't tell the truth in the beginning, and then their stories kept changing over the years.
And now you got a perfect rehearsed story, which anybody can do, Mike. I mean, Mike, give me 3 weeks. I swear to God, I can come up with a whole story on you, and we ain't never met. I got the tears on Waterworks. I got the crying on demand. That's what people do. And that's
they do it on YouTube all the time.
This man has no way to. If it was me, I would have gone. If I know that I'm fighting over a gun and it was an accidental discharge, then that sounds a hell of a lot better than somebody thinking that I physically just purposely shot this girl.
Right.
So I'm looking at it 2 ways. The first way is that Kelsey took the fifth because she knew. Not that she knew. She already said that Tori shot Meg. She did it through a text message.
Yeah, stay off the fucking phones.
Yeah, but even that could have been on some setup shit. Hold on, Michael Phillips. Let me go back to what you said. You said that Shorty Kelsey was drunk, right? And then she had a 3-hour nap, right? So she was more sober than the rest of them. So for all of that, she could have been the smart one to be like, okay, I could get implicated in this. Let me go text some motherfucker that he shot the girl. And that,
and you're right, because remember I said that on camera when TMZ was filming, she shouted out, Megan, you okay? Megan ain't say nothing back. But I think she saw the cameras rolling. She was like, Megan, you okay? Like she was a concerned friend. So yeah, I think she was very calculated in all of her movements during that time.
And for me, that would make it give like Truly Gifted is saying. If I was Tory Lanez, I definitely get on the stand then, bitch, because you got immunity and you pleading the fifth. You're not helping me out. You're not helping that bitch. So let me help my motherfucking self and let me say what the fuck it is. You already got immunity, ho, so I can say that you had the gun in your hand and I was trying to wrestle it from you and then it was an accidental discharge. That's why I'm saying he can't appeal that accidental shit because either way, it's accidental. All y'all getting fucked up over that. Right? He can't appeal the unlicensed, unregistered gun in the vehicle.
So wait a minute.
What it is. The only thing he can really appeal is that assault shit.
Wait, hear me though, sister. Nobody testified to seeing Shorty with a gun in her hand. Only witnesses testified that Tory had a gun in his hand. So if Tory takes a stand and he says, well, I went to grab the gun from Kelsey because Kelsey was about to use it on Megan, where's the proof of it?
Don't matter. That bitch is pleading the fifth.
What you mean it don't matter? In the court of law, it absolutely matters.
Mike, if I take a gun, if the gun, okay, if me and you wrestle over the gun went off one time, and then I finally get it from you, and I take it and shoot up in the air twice. That at no point in time do we know if I shot Meg or not. And I don't work with guns a lot. I find it hard to believe. Now that's why they say you don't be shooting up in the air like that, because what goes up comes down. But I don't think it's gonna come down and hit your foot.
So Truly Gifted. The only other person that can back up Tory's story is his driver. And his
driver already did a piss poor. His driver already implicated.
The driver disappeared. He disappeared. So, yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I didn't know there was a driver or bodyguard, but I was trying to find where the fuck did he they found him now. He was doing some security in
No, but listen, they found him and he was still eligible to testify, and the defense said, nah, we're not gonna put him on the stand.
That makes no sense.
Why they not putting him on the stand?
That's what I'm saying. You got to exhaust all possibilities, because here's my thing. Right. I think they was gonna find him guilty of something, because it's just the nature of the business. It's too much inconsistency in the case. I don't think that they're gonna convict him to 22 years. I think he may get 8 to 10.
Yeah, I said 10 to 12, but yeah,
10 to 12 would be he's not gonna do no 22 years, and nor do I think that you should over a nobody died. And it's not they're not trying to do manslaughter, nothing like that, right?
Nah. And again, he didn't shoot her.
Nah, I didn't hear about that.
He didn't point his gun in her direction.
That's what I'm getting at. So what I'm saying, in California, murder's 25 years. So how the fuck do you add up all that shit to 22 years?
Word up, because in New York he'd have got 7 to 10, and that would have been it.
That's it. Accidental discharge is what wouldn't happen with bodily harm on the other end. That ain't no 22 years sentence for me.
She got fragments in her foot. What are we talking about here?
Well, what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying.
No. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying there was no intent here.
There was no intent to kill her or anything like that.
No.
So I just don't get how that shit add up to 22 motherfucking years. 10 to 12, okay, I can agree with that. You got a gun, you're not supposed to. Somebody had a gun they're not supposed to fucking have, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you got to explain to me about DNA too. The way I was told DNA, whether it's four different, everybody's DNA is different. I don't know how the fuck you can't. If 3-4 people touch something, it's 3-4 different DNAs on that shit. All our DNA is different. So none of my DNA chain was able to match up with the DNA chain on that fucking gun or anything that you touch. I don't get the inclusive part.
I would venture to guess that if they didn't test Kelsey's DNA, they probably didn't test the driver's DNA either.
Yeah. Just Tory, and that just don't make no sense to me. Why would you test just Tory?
Right.
Well, hold on, because I got a whole new theory now. You know what I'm saying? That maybe I'm too old school, and it doesn't have to do with the fact that he had a felony, but I know out here in New York, if the DNA is inconclusive as to who had a gun in their hand, they're automatically going to assume that an unlicensed and unregistered gun is going to have bodies on it, and that's what the fuck they're going to check for.
Yes.
How many unlicensed and unregistered guns ain't got no bodies on it?
Not many.
It really don't matter if he can't. It really don't. Here's the thing. It don't matter if he can't have a gun. Whose gun is it? Whose gun are they saying it was?
Facts. They saying it's
they don't know.
Okay,
but hold on. Truly, here's the issue. When the police pulled them over, Tory was in the passenger front seat, and that's where the gun was found, on the floorboard of the passenger front seat.
Mike, I tell you right now, you get in my car right now, you're gonna find a gun in the glove box. So I guess that's yours though, right?
I'm just telling you that's not
the owner of the vehicle is. They don't give a fuck where the gun is at. The gun could be in the back fucking seat next to the packing the act in the back of the, you know what I'm saying? It could be in the back.
But listen, Shree, what I told you earlier though, if it's 4 niggas in the car, right, and they find the gun where you at, they gonna arrest everybody and they gonna see who start talking.
It's a fact, but that's how New York do. That's not how LA do, apparently. But I don't live in LA, so I don't. This is why I'm sitting here like, the fuck.
If it ain't mine, it ain't. This is my thing. If it ain't mine, it ain't mine. I get the gunshot residue. I get the fact that you arguing over a gun. Because at no point in time, if they don't know who gun it is, I'm just going. This is my defense. It ain't mine. I never did have a gun. I saw this person over here. I'm a good Samaritan. I saw this person over here about the year to getting her ass whooped, going back to the car to get the gun, and I'm fighting to get it up out of her hand. And at no point in my mind, this is my gun.
Well, so truly, I brought this up with Shree. Me and Shree talked about this earlier. If dude was in fact his bodyguard, why would there be an unregistered gun in the car to begin with? I mean, like if you're the bodyguard already strapped with a legal gun. So why would there be an illegal gun in the car?
Here's the problem. I don't know who that bodyguard is and if he's a registered, if he's an official bodyguard or not. The problem with this, y'all be hiring y'all homeboys and shit to do security who ain't supposed to be having no gun, or they still going through back channels to get a gun, versus hiring an ex-duty, off-duty military police, off-duty police, whatever it may be.
Retired police, facts.
Or whoever, somebody who's licensed to have that. There's no, if you got a bodyguard, ain't no way in the world I'm worried about having a gun if I got a bodyguard. Because them bodyguards get paid handsomely for that shit. That's what you're supposed to do.
Facts.
Now, if I gotta help, if I see this girl with this gun, going to shoot this other girl, and I gotta help you with that, I get that. But it shouldn't be taking no two. Well, Tory is little, but still, it shouldn't be taking no 2 men to wrestle no damn gun from no girl.
And if it's Kelsey, I mean, Megan is a big broad, but Kelsey is not that big.
I don't give a fuck. How did she know where the gun was in the first place? Clearly, she was fucking the dude to know where the gun was and what he had.
Yeah, it was out in the open. It was out in the open, yeah.
Who drives with a gun out in the fucking?
And the felony, but him having a felony and getting caught with a gun, that's an automatically 15-year sentence, federal.
That's the thing. He personally was not caught with a gun. The gun was in the car.
Exactly.
That's what he was originally arrested for, though.
Yeah, I just don't get how that is. If I got a gun in the car and now in Louisiana, if somebody has a gun in my, felons can't be around guns. I get that, right? So if I have a gun and I got a felon in the passenger seat with a gun, I don't know why I wouldn't. They got to figure out who gun that is. It's like just too many unknowns now. Now Tory, since he didn't testify, we don't know who guns it is, where the gun came from, who's it supposed to be. You don't know none of that shit. Magically, a gun disappears, she gets shot, and it's still so much up in the air from the shit.
But listen, truly, that's why the defense lawyer kept questioning Megan's hairdresser, whatever his title was, if he saw a gun in Megan or Kelsey's bag, because he wanted to drive home the point that they were the ones with the gun, not Tory.
And what did they say?
He said he did. So the what was it? Fashion designer, whatever his title is. He said he didn't look in the bag. He was just throwing clothes in the bag to pack it up to get them out of there. So he was saying he didn't see a gun, but he didn't necessarily look in the bag to see what was in the bag. He was just throwing shit in the bag to pack their shit up.
Like I said, with so much, me and you over here discussing all these open air facts, right? Open air shit that we just don't have an answer to. Facts. I don't see how we not on the jury. Convicted.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't see how it's not a come back for more evidence type of shit. And you only get one shot.
Right, and it seems to me like it would make the most sense for Tory Lanez to testify on the stand whether he sounded like an idiot or not.
Well, I can't help but go back to this fact that if they had never put that witness on, the defense I'm talking about, put that witness on that testified that he saw Tory with a gun in his hand shooting up in the air, there would have never been a conviction. So I have to wonder how much questioning did the lawyer do with that witness
beforehand. But at the same point in time as this, if he's telling the truth, he's telling the truth. I wouldn't, and you can't sit up here and want to withhold truth on one side and then let something else come up on the other side.
But if you're a lawyer, a defense lawyer, and you say I don't want the driver to testify because the driver can has more information than anybody else on that scene outside of those three. But you're gonna allow the person who saw it from a distance to testify? I'm not sure I understand that.
As a defense attorney, even if Tory did fire a gun up in the air, you got to be a better defense attorney to be able to handle that. Okay, he shot a gun up in there. Why did he shoot a gun up in the air?
Right.
What you got to be able to. I don't care.
You got to paint the picture.
You got to be able to paint the picture. For you to be a defense attorney, you said, "Oh, the last image or whatever it is, Tory had a gun in his hand." They don't know what he did with it, but he had a gun in his hand.
Now, mind you,
people ain't giving the right answer. I'm gonna get on the stand if the witness that I'm supposed to have to defend me ain't giving the right answer. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna get on the motherfucking stand and speak what the fuck I say. The fuck out of here.
I feel you, sister. I
think Kelsey. I was thinking about Kelsey. I think with her pleading getting immunity or whatever and not saying anything, I think she was out to screw Megan and she was out to screw Tory because of the label that Megan's
here's my thing. That's so here's my thing. Whatever money her and her label is disputing over, I know Tory better have that money in the bank. And what I mean by that is they talking about money on that side. Nobody going to jail in that case. They trying to argue over who gets what percentage and when do they get that percentage.
Exactly.
In this case right here, you arguing over my life. Fuck immunity for this damn money case. I got that in the bank.
Facts.
What we talking about my life right here.
That's why I said she was
that's what I said earlier. That's what I said earlier. Truly gifted that the civil case is completely different because this is this nigga's life. This ain't got shit to do with politics or none of that other shit.
Yeah, that's all I'm getting at. That's all I'm getting at. So unless you understand, it just don't make pleading the fifth don't make no sense to me when we talking about what happened on the night of a shooting. What happened on the night of a shooting ain't got shit to do with her label, 1501 Entertainment and everything like that. Contract disputes, and that's what I'm saying. It just don't make no sense. Why would you be pleading the fifth on anything? Essentially, what you said is you don't want to incriminate yourself, so you're gonna be quiet. But it don't sound like you can incriminate yourself on nothing if they believing that you didn't fire the gun at all.
Okay, so I'm gonna say it a different way, maybe. So if we agree that her hand was on that gun that night, right? And her husband works for that label that Megan is in dispute with. She wasn't married to that nigga at the time that this incident happened, right? But now she's married to this nigga, and now her thought process, her whole way of looking at this dynamic changes. So I agree with you that the dispute with the record label doesn't have anything to do with the incident, but her life circumstances changing and being affiliated with that label now has everything to do with it.
Okay, unless they get ready to say that Kelsey potentially tried to shoot Meg in retaliation for her being on 15.
Yes.
If that's what they're trying to say, then I get you. But that
Yeah.
ain't got shit to do. But here's the thing.
That's what I'm saying though. I think Kelsey grabbed that gun and her intentions was to bust off at Megan because Megan was whooping her ass.
Yeah, but she's whooping. Here's the thing. I get what you're saying. That's what you want to testify and plead the fifth on. But if I'm Tory Lanez and I'm listening to this shit, I don't give a fuck about that case. I don't care about
no, I'm not talking about from Tory's perspective. I'm strictly talking from Kelsey's perspective. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, here's my thing. I would have an easier time proving that you was getting your ass whooped and you went and got a gun because you was getting your ass up versus I don't think Kelsey was coherent enough to be thinking about I'm married now to this man and everything like that because at that time was she married or not?
No, she wasn't.
Then there's nothing.
She was fucking with Tory. She was fucking with Tory at the time, and she found out that night from Tory that he was fucking Megan behind her back.
Yeah,
I said, that's what precipitated the fight.
So that's what I'm saying. Her getting married is after this whole fight shit. So I don't see why you would be getting. I don't care if your situation changes or not. They can't use nothing against you if you got married afterwards. They can't use nothing against you saying that you tried to hurt Megan on behalf of the label. I'm still just confused on why she would be.
No, bro. What I'm saying is she's married to the dude now when she testified in court. During the event, during the initial incident, she wasn't married to the dude. I don't even think she was. Well, I'm pretty sure she wasn't fucking with the dude. So what I'm saying is, like, her in 2 years, her circumstances changed, and so her initial statement to the police was Tory shot Megan. That's what she told the police. Now, 2 years later, she's in a different situation, and it just so happens that the people she's fucking with now is anti-Meg Thee Stallion. So I'm saying that's what caused her plea, Fifth Amendment plea to take place 2 years later, because her circumstance changed 2 years later.
Can you highlight this Katashi Barron? They said he pulled out a gun. Is that so? They got him on. So who testified? His bodyguard said he testified and he pulled out a gun.
It was her that grabbed the gun first, and he went and.
Yeah, his bodyguard didn't testify, so I don't know.
Okay, where are we getting out? He pulled out a gun. Who is saying that? Is Meg saying that, or is the one of the Kelsey, or is it the other person? That,
so Meg initially said that she didn't know who shot her. That was her initial statement. And on the stand, Meg said that she saw Tory shoot her. So that was a conflict, right? What I'm saying is the only person that testified that Tory had a gun in his hand was Tory's own witness. He said the initial shot came from a female. The two females that were in conflict came from that direction. Tory was not in sight. And then he says that he sees two men, and I would assume he's talking about Tory and the driver / bodyguard fighting a woman, but that fight in my mind would mean that they was trying to get the gun from her hand. And then once they wrestled the gun from her hand, Tory was busting up in the air. So technically, that witness only saw Tory shoot. He didn't see the female shoot, even though he saw the initial muzzle flash come from the direction of the two females in conflict.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and look at the testimony from the one guy, this male eyewitness, because I'm trying to understand.
Male eyewitness showing something. I can't remember his last name.
If it's an open and shut, it sounds like I don't really care what Meg says because at this point they didn't both lied. This male eyewitness,
they all lied. All of them lied.
All of them lied so much it's hard to get the truth. But if this male eyewitness is saying that, from what you just told me, they saw a gun go off the first time. They did not see Tory. They saw a gun go off the second time, and then they saw Tory.
Well, it wasn't the second time. It was like when Tory was shooting, he shot off like 5 shots up in the air. So there was like an initial shot, then there was a fight or a struggle, and then Tory got the gun in his hand and he's busting off up in the air. Several shots. Yo, where you go?
He probably dropped off. He probably gonna come back. I ain't seen him come back yet. I just been listening to y'all, and of course, it all sounds stupid to me.
It does. It does.
It all. There's an audio now. See all this extra shit. Like the thing that confuses.
Yo, come through, Kentasi. Let's come through. Listen, I'm only speak. Listen, the court trial wasn't live, so we only relying on bloggers who were in the courtroom, who go live after the fact and talk about what was said in during the day's trial. So if you got some information, come through. Like I'm with all of that, because I'm only repeating what bloggers have said that were there at the trial. It wasn't a live trial, so who knows?
All of this don't make no sense. My thing with the homegirl Kelsey is, if you're looking at the story from all the angles, even if with the bullshit, right? I would never say that Kelsey was for Meg Thee Stallion. As soon as she heard that Meg Thee Stallion was fucking Tory Lanez at the same time she was, who gives a fuck about the husband, who she got now, who she affiliated with now, made her change her mind. She was always anti this bitch. You know what I'm saying? I don't.
You saying anti Meg before?
Yeah.
Why would you say that though?
Because y'all was telling me earlier that Meg Thee Stallion done fucked on the shorty's man before and all of this. You know what I'm saying? So I don't. I'm
so then why would she sell her house and move in with Meg then?
Listen, all that money.
Right.
Money. And, you get dependent on motherfucking paymasters. It sounds like Meg Thee Stallion was Shorty's paymaster. So, yeah, you're going to get it attached to your paymaster. And if Meg Thee Stallion done fucked on her dudes more than one time and all of this and didn't tell her and all of that, you know what I'm saying? Like, my thing with the pleading the fifth, that was so that she didn't incriminate her motherfucking self.
Of course. That's what I've been saying.
Shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, like I'm gonna agree with Truly Gifted. Tory Lanez should have testified. He shouldn't have kept his mouth shut. Don't wait for no civil court to be able to talk about this and that, because I get it. All this extra fluff that we talking about now, this one was fucking this one, dance bitch, whether that was true or not, all that is civil court shit. That's not the gun charge shit.
Yo, let me ask you a question, man. So if Tory testified based on what we think we know, he would have had to have implicated Kelsey, right?
And or Megan Thee Stallion.
Nah, I don't. How is he going to implicate her?
Because she's the catalyst for this shit, is she not?
I mean, she set it off, but there's no indication that she was. I mean, her beef was with Tory. It wasn't with Kelsey.
Well,
So
her beef became with Kelsey once Kelsey found out that she was fucking a dude. Because
right,
wasn't they
her
fighting?
her beef only became her beef with Kelsey because when Tory said what he said in the whip, Kelsey was like, "What? Again?" You know, that sort of thing. And then that's when Megan and Kelsey got into it. But initially, Megan's issue was with Tory because he was flirting with Kylie Jenner.
This is all stupid. This is all stupid. Stop.
Man.
These young people need to stop being next to guns and alcohol and all that shit. Because this is too much.
Shree, remember back in the day? Well, I don't know. I'm 56, so I'm just gonna take it back there. When niggas used to get in the fights, at the worst, when it came to weapons, you was gonna get cut up, you know what I'm saying, stabbed up or whatever. But I really, back in the day, I ain't worried about nobody shooting me. Back then, as a young kid or a teenager, I ain't worried about getting shot.
Oh yeah, we 10 years apart. My generation, yeah, you was worried about a gun too.
Nah, I wasn't worried about that. I was worried about getting stabbed, if anything. And I did get stabbed once in my back.
Back in my days, motherfuckers rather shoot the fair one and get beat the fuck up than have a gun pulled out on their ass. Because I know that lost eyeballs, lost legs. They lost legs to that shot in the back, all kind of extra shit. You feel me? Like it's a wild thing. Like I can't even relate to what the fuck they do today. That's the whole thing. I can't relate to what the fuck how they moving today. I can't relate to none of that shit. None of this makes
sense.
Listen,
straight to shoot and then no fighting anymore.
I've had to learn. As a man, I'm not no big nigga by no means, but I've always been fit. And then when I went to the military, I was all, that just furthered my, understanding of how to handle my hands and confront a nigga if I gotta confront a nigga, all of that, right? That shit don't mean nothing today, man. It's these little niggas. These niggas look like they could be my children. Right. Little small frail niggas carrying guns out here bucking niggas. Right. What do you do? Like all of the and listen, let's be clear. Training, taking care of your health don't have nothing to do with defense, but it's a part of it. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you want that to translate into your elder years and make sure you're good, when you become a certain age, that you're still good because you take care of your body and all of that, right? But I'm saying all of that to say, I've lived my life that way. And I realize, like I come across young dudes every now and then, and they eyeball you and shit. And when you look at them back, like they get aggressive, you know what I'm saying? And my response is always aggressive. But as I've gotten older, I've had to learn, like, you can't do that in every situation because, like, unless you're willing to take it there, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not worth it. Because these niggas don't think like what we used to think back in the day.
This all seems like crimes of passion to me. This all seems like a crime of passion to me. You know what I'm saying?
Passion and envy.
And what we got to understand is, well, what I need to remind myself all the time is that just because, so I'm going to segue off of that to this. I don't think that Meg Thee Stallion is a slut because she decided to fuck Tory Lanez. If you a single person, you can fuck
No,
who you want.
she was that already.
On her best friend's people, that makes her the slut to me, right?
Nah, she was a slut already.
Right. This is what I'm saying. She was already on smut. Now, that's, even though that's horrible, that in itself is not unlawful. Okay? So now everybody's drunk and somehow it gets into an argument and Kelsey finds out that Tory Lanez was fucking her and Meg Thee Stallion. Even though that's wrong as fuck, it's not unlawful. Okay? It's morally wrong. The Bible gonna get you, but it's not legal. It's not illegal. You know what I'm saying? Right. I want to get to the legalities, and the legalities is
the legalese.
All that shit is seems to be cut and dry, and his lawyers fucked it up. They dropped the ball because they could have did it much different, where he didn't have to face no 22 years and all this extra shit.
No, they've dropped the ball. I'm gonna keep saying this. When they put that witness on the stand that testified that he saw Tory waving a gun up in the air and shooting.
It's okay, Troy. You can come back whenever you like.
He should have never put that motherfucker on the stand, ever.
But me, as a lawyer, I would have said, you know what? Let me not even say that, because from that, this is why I liken this shit to Shine. Okay? And I'm gonna tell you this much. And I've been saying it, but I want y'all to get this example as well, right? Like I told y'all, the assistant, right, could have been like, yo, let's go. Y'all coming in my car, fuck all that, do. But at the end of the day, Shorty's paying him. So if she says, no, I'm not going, he got to leave her there, okay?
Yeah, because he put the bags in his car, and then he kept trying to get her to go, and she wouldn't go without Tory. And she said, just put the bags in Tory's car. And so he transferred the bags to Tory's whip.
Right, but peep it. It's the same thing with the lawyers. They could have told Tory Lanez, get your ass on that stand and speak your piece. Tory Lanez, for all we know, could have said no. Because that's what Shine did. Them lawyers told Shine to go testify and tell the truth, but he knew that if he told the truth, Diddy would go to jail, not him, and he was willing to take the L. So he said, "Nah,
listen,
I'm going to do the time. I'm going to do what it do. If Tory Lanez ain't about that life, Tory Lanez, don't sit your ass there and
no. Listen. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I think Tory didn't take the stand for the same reason that Kelsey pled the fifth. Kelsey didn't want to snitch on Tory, and Tory didn't want to snitch on Kelsey, because if Kelsey told the truth, she would have said that yes, Tory was busting off shots. If Tory takes the stand, he's going to have to say that yes, Kelsey grabbed the gun and she fired the initial shot.
Now, see, I have another question, because I was thinking about how y'all was talking. Is this a state case or is this a federal case?
State case.
It's a state case.
California.
Okay? What I'm thinking is, if it was a federal case, Shorty wouldn't have to plead the fifth after getting immunity. Why are you pleading the fifth if you already got immunity, bitch?
Because she would have had. No, you didn't hear what I just said though. She would have had to implicate Tory.
She could have implicated whoever the fuck she wants. She getting immunity.
No. Listen. So you asking me why Tory didn't take the stand, right?
Well, that's one of the things. I feel like Tory should have took the stand. But then my question
what I'm saying is that they had an understanding that they wasn't going to tell on each other, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because if she said, yeah, I'm going to tell what happened, she was going to have to say, yes, Tory had the gun and he shot. But then Tory, if he took the stand, he was going to also have to say that, yes, she shot and we had to get the gun from her.
Michael Phillips, if there was some kind of agreement that nobody was going to implicate each other, Meg Thee Stallion already broke that.
I ain't talking about Meg. I'm talking about
between them two.
Yeah, but it would
them
be
two.
she said, and probably wouldn't have got convicted if they both implicated that it was each other that shot the gun.
Yeah, I ain't talking about Meg. I'm talking about them two.
I think they screwed themselves by saying that they're not going to testify against each other.
Yeah.
And they should have.
Well, Kelsey ain't screwed. Tory's screwed.
No, that bitch got immunity. This is why I'm sitting here like.
Yeah. I mean, Tory screwed. She went out there to screw Tory, plain and simple.
Well, but hold on though, because I know, and people will have to help me on this because I don't know the legalese behind this, but there's different types of immunity, and I don't know if she has absolute immunity. I don't know if that's what it's called, because I think she can still be put up on charges based on
the they can get in civil court all day.
Say that again.
They can get her in civil court all day.
No, I ain't talking about civil court. I'm talking about criminal court.
Right. Yeah, I don't think you can get her in criminal court.
She wouldn't have immunity. She'd be just state's witness.
No, listen. I'm saying they gave her immunity because she was willing to testify that Tory was the shooter. She wasn't willing to do that on stand. So I'm wondering what type of immunity she had, because she can still be brought up on charges depending on what
have immunity then.
Exactly. That's why I asked.
No, there's different. No, listen. There's different types of immunity. Listen.
Well, I get that, Michael Phillips, but what I'm saying is, if this was a federal case and they was like, okay, we got immunity for bow, and she didn't come through.
It's not a federal case.
There you go. Thank you. Okay.
What I'm telling you is that there's like absolute immunity, and then there's other, like there's immunity based on your cooperation. And so the prosecution was dependent, they were depending on her testimony implicating Tory, and she didn't do that. So I don't know, because if you have a certain type of immunity and you don't do what you said you were going to do, that can be revoked. Like I said, there's different levels of immunity.
Yeah,
and I don't know what type of immunity she had. So in my mind, depending on what type of immunity she has, she can still be brought up on charges, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm agree with that. I'm looking up something.
Yeah,
it says prosecutors can still choose to renege on the deal and pursue the witness in the future.
It would be for a lesser charge, but still get charged for whatever the highest one.
And I don't think they fucking with her now because Tory got convicted. So I don't think they fucking with her.
Okay,
now.
So we don't have to worry about it. But
hold on a second, y'all, because this is where it's confusing me. Because I'm looking on a website right the fuck now, and it says backing out on an immunity deal. If the prosecution does decide to seek an indictment against a witness who has been immunized, then they must be able to show that the case they are pursuing has nothing to do with the immunized testimony that was given by the witness. Someone who is granted immunity but then refuses to testify, on the other hand, can be held in contempt of court.
Yes. And she wasn't held in contempt of court.
Right. They let her do all that, plead the fifth and all that shit.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Where was Johnny Cochran, for this case?
No, we need Maclock for this.
No. Johnny Cochran, he got freaking OJ off, man. Come on.
Johnny Cochran is deceased. What are you talking about?
Johnny Cochran would have said,
no, what I'm saying is he needed a lawyer like Johnny Cochran.
They ain't got enough money for Johnny Cochran.
Hold on. if Tory see, this is why I like social media. Tory Lanez apparently offered Shorty $1 million.
Yeah, I heard that.
But
I already offered both of them $1 million.
But so he got that type of bread, but you telling me he couldn't afford a good lawyer?
Nope.
What are we talking about here?
That's why this is
I
all
think
crazy.
he had one of those 360 deals. So he
Because
doesn't get royalties and shit. Like he gets the lump sum right up front.
Listen, from what I'm reading right now, if a judge determined that the prosecution is improperly using immunized testimony, then the prosecution will be prohibited from using that testimony at trial. If there is no evidence present that was gained independently of the immunized testimony, then the court will dismiss the case outright. So what the fuck, from what I'm reading, y'all telling me that this case should have been dismissed because Shorty didn't give them what the fuck?
Yep.
No, that's not what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that they relied on other evidence outside of hers. So the jury,
they based it on her testimony.
Listen, the jury relied on what Tory Lanez witness said, and they relied on what Kelsey said to the police initially. So basically, it was like she pled the fifth, and she didn't testify. Yeah, after the fact, she didn't testify against Tory. They relied on the one eyewitness that said what he said about what happened, and they relied on Kelsey's original statement to the police.
And you know what, Michael Phillips? I'm going to give you that, because there's plenty of times out here where, you know, a fucking crime will be committed, right? Mm-hmm. And the people involved will be like, nah, we don't want to press charges. We don't want to do nothing. We good. Even though they gave the statement at first, they're like, nah, we don't want to do nothing. And the state could pick it up on their own and be like, well, fuck you. We don't care if you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
We going to do what we do. We going to do what we do.
If we got the evidence, we got you. We don't need you. we got what we need. We don't need you.
Yeah, but this is driving me crazy.
So hold on a second, y'all, because I want to, when I was explaining the whole humiliation ritual thing, I give y'all an even better example. What the name of this boy? NBA young boy? That motherfucker had a federal gun charge. It's a 95% chance that you gonna get convicted with a federal charge, right? But somehow that motherfucker got off, and now he got off. He looking different, acting different. So motherfuckers like he on MK Ultra, or he did that humiliation ritual, and that's why he was able to get off. So now Reef talking about, I don't think he has that much money, or maybe he's not that important to people, or he not willing to do that sacrificing. So there you go. You go ahead to jail, and you ain't got to end up like NBA young boy and Young Thug, or fucking even Gucci Man, who was in jail, came out. Motherfuckers is now saying that's a clone. That's not even.
Hold on, slow down, man. You think Young Thug ain't going to prison?
I listen.
He's going.
I don't doubt that.
He's going. Young Thug is going.
I don't doubt that at all. But he might get MK Ultra and cloned up too. He already wearing dresses. Ain't Young Thug the one wearing dresses and shit?
Yeah, and he's got all his
but it's mad dudes in his camp that's already on the state's evidence and pointing fingers right now.
Exactly. Gunna just got out, and he's turned state's witness. A bunch of people.
They say his own brother is turning state's witness.
Yeah, they're not taking the fall for dress boy. I heard he wore a dress to his hearing too.
God damn.
I ain't seen no indication of that. I seen him in suits, so
it was suits. Okay, somebody said that he wore.
Nah, I ain't seen none of that shit.
Okay, good. I was like,
he had on suits, like knock it off.
Could you imagine?
Nah, fuck no.
They throw him right out.
Yo, when they after who they after, they gonna get who they get. They not gonna give a fuck how they do it. You know what I'm saying? If they after Tory Lanez for whatever reason, they was like, yo, we'll choose Tory Lanez and Meg Thee Stallion, you can run free. Kelsey, you can run free, or whatever the fuck else. Or maybe they got something for her too. We don't know these things, but my thing is, this is from a legal standpoint, this is all crazy, and from a legal standpoint, this shit don't make no sense.
Shree, you heard of Boy George back in the day?
Hell yeah.
What Boy George?
Listen, not the singer, not that nigga. We talking about some New York shit.
Yes, the gangster.
Yeah, I'm saying to your point, there's been a lot of New York cats that's been like on the federal watch list, you know what I'm saying? Like they because they got so big, and I'm talking about long before Alpo and all of them niggas. I'm talking about long before that. When they, like, to your point, when you on that list, they checking for you, they investigating, and it may come years later, but when they want you, they got you. That's it.
And I want to go back to what Reef said. Reef said he had a felony. Where did he have a felony at? Did he have a felony in America, or did he have a felony in Canada?
See, I keep hearing that, but when they questioned the cop on stage, I mean on the stand, they were saying he was on some sort of probation. The cop was like, yeah, we investigated all of that. He had no probation. So if he had a felony, then yeah, he couldn't carry a gun. But outside of that gun,
felony, maybe that's why they gave his ass 22 years, because he already had a felony. What do you have a felony for?
No, he hasn't been sentenced yet. People keep saying he got 22 years. He ain't been sentenced yet.
That's a fact. He got up to 22 years.
Yeah, that's the maximum he can get.
And that's where my question is, like, okay, so if he had this felony before, they could give him the max. But where was this felony at? Was this felony in America or in Canada?
I know he had a charge in Florida for a fight or something to that effect. And he was on some sort of probation. I don't think it was called probation. It's called something else. I think Miami has like this. I don't know. I can't remember what it was called, but that shit was over and done with when this shit happened. So he had no. If he has a felony, I'm not aware of it. I haven't heard of it, but I know people were saying he was on probation when this incident happened, and he wasn't.
Yeah, I heard he was. That's the first story I ever heard, was he was on probation. But
yeah, but he wasn't on probation.
Could the felony be from when they charged him with the gun like 2 years ago?
I'm not familiar with that situation, so I'm not sure.
Well, no, when they originally caught him, he went to jail that night.
Oh, he did?
Yes. He went to jail that night.
But he was
I guess it would depend on where he got caught with the gun with, because, you know, depending on the state.
Well,
you know,
when we seen it on TMZ, the cops, you know,
I don't know nothing about that. So
yeah, he went to jail that night.
He went to jail for
the gun.
So they found a gun in his car.
Yeah.
What state was he in?
He was in California. It happened the night.
No, pretty odd. I think Michael is asking you about the previous felony charge.
No, that's what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, he got charged with that gun 2 years ago. They just barely came out with these charges later than that. I'm saying, could that have been the case? Or was it with this?
Okay, so you're saying 2 years ago he was caught with a gun in his car, so he would have been charged with a felony back then. They wouldn't have brought up the felony now.
What I'm saying is, because it was part of the bigger investigation, you know, and they were still doing the investigation. I don't know if they kept it as a separate charge or if they added it to the trial.
Y'all see the comment below? I'm going off of this because Reef was the one that put in here that he had a felony.
That's what I said too. He had stuff stacked against him.
Right. So when he put this up, I'm assuming that he had the felony before this whole shit even happened.
Right, but somebody has to help me understand what the felony was, because I keep hearing that, but I don't see no evidence.
That's why I asked if the gun charge, when it first happened, before they even like investigated and did all this shooting.
Pretty eyes, you have to be convicted of something to be a felon.
I don't know if he went and did all that shit. That's what I was asking.
I'm not aware of it. I only know about a charge he had in Florida.
Oh, but that wouldn't count. Never mind. Okay, I'm being dumb. Hello, because no, he would be charged with a felony then.
Yeah, but you can't just be charged. You have to be convicted.
To the new case, right?
You have to be convicted of a felony to be a felon.
Yeah, if he got convicted, I don't know if he did. Like I said, went to jail that night. I don't know what came about it. I don't know if they added it to this one. And
so you said 2 years ago the incident at Kylie's house happened 2 years ago.
Yeah, night. I'm saying that night he was.
No, man. He hasn't been convicted of anything since that.
Okay, so they added it
until a couple of days ago.
This case. Because that's what he was originally arrested for. They didn't.
Well, I'm sure he's a felon now.
Yeah,
that he's been convicted. Now. But he wasn't a felon prior to that. To this recent conviction.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be double. Never mind. That'd be double jeopardy. Or not double jeopardy, but that would be totally injustice, whatever.
I think I'm missing something here.
Double monopoly. There we go.
No, you said double jeopardy is a legal term, but double jeopardy in regards to what?
What I'm saying is they take a conviction from like a previous case, right? That is part of the other case that you're building, right? And you already convicted that person.
What other case? What are you talking about?
I'm saying if the gun charge was separate and he went, I'm just trying to think where. It doesn't matter with the felony. Never mind. I'm thinking that they charged him with the felony. A felony with a gun. Like if you can't have a gun.
Yeah, he can't have a gun now.
15 years. That's an automatic 15 years.
Listen.
And maybe they used even though it was part of the same case and happened the same night, they're using that conviction as he was a felony so they could get him for that. That's probably why he's facing 22 years.
Well, hold on. See, because I'm reading Yahoo, and Yahoo said that he was remanded on site. So as soon as they said, you convicted of these 3 felonies, he was remanded on site. He's facing 22 years in prison and
but that was the court case that just happened.
Exactly.
I'm trying to understand where the other felony came into play.
That's what I'm wondering too, but they're not saying nothing about he had a previous felony. They just talking about
because he didn't. He's a felon now.
Yeah, he's a felon now.
He wasn't a felon prior to a couple of days ago.
Yep, and then he was hit with a 3rd felony charge, but that's it. They don't say nothing about he had this before, because they'd be quick to say that if he had a felony charge before this, they'd be quick to say he already got a felony charge, blah 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 blah.
Oh yeah, they'd have immigration, ICE all up in that motherfucker too. Lord have mercy, because they don't play if you're not a citizen and doing crime.
Okay, according to California Penal Code 246.3, negligent discharge of a firearm is outlined under is a crime for a person to willfully discharge a firearm in a grossly negligent manner, and shooting it could have resulted in great bodily injury or death of another individual.
Mm-hmm.
How much does that usually go for? How much is that sentence?
He's facing a maximum of 22 years.
On that one charge.
There's 3 felonies on top of each other, so that's probably why he's getting up to 22. Because they're giving him the full counts on all 3. Think about it like this: having the gun, 7 years; assault, 7 years; this and that, 7 years. That's automatically 21 years that they're trying to stack it on top of him instead of just, melding it as one.
Yeah, running it concurrent.
Right.
Yo, it's rare that you get consecutive charges. I mean, you got to be a real cold-blooded killer or whatever to get consecutive charges. Most of those are convictions are concurrent. If you get consecutive years,
so discharging a firearm in a grossly negligent manner, I think that's the latest charge. The last one that carries a maximum of 6 years. Mm-hmm. So yeah, they're giving him maximum sentences. They're not trying to be light on him.
Well, he's presented with maximum sentences.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't know if he's gonna get it, but
right. They trying to hit him with the maximums. That's why they looking at 22 years and all this fly shit, because they trying to hit him with max. They're not trying to be lenient.
With this bogus conviction, I hope that they give him 6 years and then run it concurrent, and that's all he serves.
But Pretty Eyes, let me ask you this question, because I definitely believe that Megan is a fucking liar. I really do. But based on the law, do you think that he's innocent?
I do, yeah. It was an accident.
An accident based off of him shooting?
No, like that he was there was other people holding the gun too. It wasn't just him.
No,
and
what I'm asking
he was recklessly, like, I would.
Do you believe that he was shooting though?
I would have got him with what is it? Reckless endangerment. That's about it.
No, sister. I'm asking you, do you believe he was shooting?
I don't. I think they were fighting over the gun. I honestly do.
Okay.
And it ricocheted.
Do you believe at some point in time he was shooting?
No.
Okay. Well, if that's what you believe, then I understand your position.
Well, she said in
I don't know anything about him holding the gun. I never heard that.
His own defense.
Yeah.
Witness.
I know what I'm saying is I haven't heard it now.
His own defense witness said that he saw him with a gun shooting up in the air. His own defense witness said.
Yeah, I'm not discrediting the witness. What I'm saying.
So then you believe he was shooting then?
Everybody's wrong at one point. That's why I like this shit. I like to learn about wrong and right and all of that. But I'm gonna tell y'all now, to cut both of y'all off, that Meg Thee Stallion herself said that he was holding the gun and he pointed it at her.
But she. Oh.
Yeah, and I think that was a lie. I think that was a lie.
Know about a gun.
Yeah,
I think that was a lie.
I'm not disagreeing with y'all.
Oh, she's a lie.
I think that was a lie, but I also agree with the fact that nigga was busting off shots in the air. I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm not discrediting his
right. So that's why I asked you.
I still don't think he should be guilty of what he's guilty of.
Wait, hold on, y'all. Hold on a second, because Reef might not be totally wrong, because according to Meg Thee Stallion, right? He said to her, please don't say anything. I'll give y'all $1 million. I can't go to jail. I already got caught with a gun before.
Yeah, that's what he said way back when.
Yeah, that was already disputed, though.
Yeah, that was way back when. They did that on social media.
Yeah, they said he has a gun charge and he's already on probation.
Yeah, but it it was determined that he was not on probation.
Right, and he did that as a way to manipulate her. That's what they saying. Facts.
The point I'm trying to bring home here, Pretty Eyes keeps saying that Meg is a liar, and I don't disagree. But what I'm saying is all three of them was liars. And I also agree with the fact that Tory did bust some shots up in the air. I definitely agree with that.
Okay.
And if that happened,
yeah, I'm not discrediting the witness at all.
okay,
like, I just barely heard that,
if that's the case, that's why he got locked up. That's why.
But I wouldn't charge him with. Didn't he get attempted murder charges or some
Hold
shit?
on. Hold the phone a second, because I wanna big up Michael Phillips, because he was right in a way too. Shorty, what the chick named Kelsey?
Kelsey, yeah.
She only came to the courthouse under a subpoena, so she wasn't even gonna come. They forced her, right? And she invoked the Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination and asked for blanket immunity. Prosecutors agreed to give her USE immunity instead, meaning her sworn testimony couldn't be used against her in a future proceeding, but she could still be charged with.
That's what I was saying. Yes, ma'am.
Michael Phillips, you was right.
Yes.
You was right.
Learn something new every day.
Mm-hmm.
Because I thought once you got immunity, you just got immunity.
No, there is no blanket immunity. It doesn't exist.
Right. She didn't get blanket immunity. She got some other shit.
So she was probably worried to get charged.
Oh no, she better be worried now, because these motherfuckers can still get her.
She was worried because she knew she grabbed that gun.
Mm-hmm. And like you said, she could be charged with something based on other evidence or lack thereof. Because if his lawyers can prove that there was a lack of evidence that could show that she had she could still get fucked too. She ain't done yet.
And again, let's think about this. He has a right to appeal. So if during the appellate process, he says, listen, I grabbed the gun from her because she shot first. I was just trying to get the gun away from her, and I bust the shots off up in the air to get the bullets out the gun, because they said it was a revolver. It wasn't a semi-automatic. So if it's a 6-shooter, she fires the first shot. He takes the gun from her. He fires 5 shots in the air. No more bullets in the revolver.
That makes sense. But still, like he on his appeal, he could say that they didn't test the gun properly because they didn't test her for DNA.
No. They tested the gun. They didn't test her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they didn't test her.
They didn't test her at all. They knew.
He could bring that up.
Listen. This is what's weird. They knew she had gunshot residue in her hand. How did they know that? She was tested. So then why do you not go further with that and do a DNA test?
Exactly. I would have. I mean, I think that's there's his appeal right there. There's his appeal right there. I don't know how they convicted him. There was no. Oh Lord have mercy. I mean, the testimonies. Yes, I understand. That's what got him convicted. But seriously, if
that was his own witness, that's what I'm trying to point out.
No, what made it even worse? Okay, so you're right, Michael Phillips. But what made it even worse was that Meg the Stallion testified that it was not the homegirl that shot her. It was purely homeboy.
Right, but what I'm saying is that Meg was saying that, and also Kelsey was saying that in the beginning. When Kelsey hit the stand, she said, "I plead the fifth."
There's so much reasonable doubt in that, though.
Not until Tory's own witness said he saw Tory with a gun in his hand, shooting the gun wildly. That's what changed the situation.
I still wouldn't know.
So I went back and looked at exactly what he said. He said that exactly. He fired 4 or 5 sequential shots in quick succession, causing the women to fall to the ground bleeding. That's it right there. And that witness was Sean Kelly.
Right, and that was Tory's witness.
Tory's witness. So it don't at this point that's what sealed his fate right there. He said he saw him fire 4 or 5 shots in quick
And
succession,
they went to the ground,
causing the women to fall to the ground bleeding. And then after that, they said that the men viciously beat a female victim as she lay in a fetal position on the ground. That's his own witness. That's his own witness that they called.
So
I've
more
been saying that for like 2 hours. I've been saying that for 2 hours.
No. You ain't saying
No.
You ain't
saying all that. No. I'm fucking with you, truly. I'm fucking with you, truly. I'm just saying. I just been making those bullet points. Like that's his own witness that said that.
I know. Yeah, I mean you've been killing it with the witnesses, but I didn't know like the last little part. Like, wow. Okay, the last little part you just said, I would have convicted him too.
Yeah, when you because now it's without a reason of it. That's the only eyewitness, and this motherfucker just so happened to be looking out this window and caught all this shit. His eyewitness did say he did not see a gun. He just saw muzzle flashes only. First muzzle flash was in the female hand, and he was talking about Kelsey, and then the second ones were right after that. Was in the he identified him as a little man.
See, but that one shot.
It's
could
too
have
much
been
reason.
I mean, that ricocheted and got her. You know.
It could have been, but here's the thing. It shoulda, coulda, woulda. There's no way for a defense attorney or anybody to predict where a bullet's gonna go when you don't know how it was fired. You can't recreate the trajectory of that bullet.
My point is that witness should have never been brought on the stand ever.
Yeah, there's nothing that if you knew that witness was gonna say that, then I don't know. I would understand the prosecutor bringing that witness, but the defense attorney,
not the defense attorney, no,
not the defense, no, not the defense.
He was probably hoping on that one shot. That one shot.
No, they were counting. They focused on the fact that the witness said that the muzzle flash came from the direction of the females.
Yeah.
That's what they counted on. They weren't counting on the fact that they say that he was busting shots off up in the air.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. So it at this point, like I said, understanding that with the witness, your defense witness, star defense witness being called, there's nothing. I don't see what Kelsey. Only way Kelsey would have had to plead the fifth is if they thought that first shot that she fired is the one that hit Meg. That's the only reason why you would plead the fifth, because you don't want to incriminate yourself and be brought to trial when you're not on trial right now.
And she probably didn't know if that first shot hit Meg or not.
And if you do not know, I'd rather get immunity and shut the fuck up.
Right.
And make them prove it.
Drunk. She was just too fucking drunk.
Yeah. You're gonna have to prove that. I'm just gonna shut the hell up. So at this point, like I said, it don't look good when you firing 5 shots and making everybody get down. That wasn't, and he didn't say he fired up in the air. He said he fired shots at the women, making them get down.
Yeah, and then a man kicking a woman when she was.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Damn.
My point is, homegirl slut behavior does not have too much bearing on his legal shit.
Yeah, and two, I was looking at the Sean case just now. The only reason why Sean did not testify, like you said, because he didn't want P. Diddy to go to jail. And in that case, P. Diddy is going to do what he's supposed to do and take care of Sean until he get out, which I believe he did. In this case, Tory is P. Diddy, Kelly is Sean.
Yep.
And it don't seem like, because he's the boss in that situation. He makes the money.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be the only one to protect that. You would have to get someone to take a hit so he can continue to stay out here and get you on the back end. It's just go ahead.
Shree would know this better than me, I don't know. I'm not sure that Diddy took care of Sean after his release. Sean went back to Belize.
Hold on. I'll say this much. Diddy took care of Sean while he was in jail. I'm not going to deny that he didn't. He could have did a better job, but he did do something.
I don't think Sean had enough money to take care of himself during the whole 10, 12 years.
There you go.
Right.
And when Sean got to Belize, he still was not cool with his father, even though his father was prime minister or whatever he was. He was not cool with his father. Because remember, he had a transition where he became like some sort of a Jewish.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like that. And then after that, that's when he got cool with the pops and started doing his thing in Belize. And now he's big time in Belize. You feel me? He's a politician in Belize or some shit like this.
He that nigga over there, no doubt.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
Yeah, I don't think Pootie just gave him a boatload. He gave him a Diddy deal. He gave him a Mace deal. I'm gonna give you a little change to keep you from, whatever it is, and you're gonna have to pay that.
Yo, because remember Diddy and Sean was supposed to be charged, go to trial together, and then Diddy's lawyer, like, nah, we gonna do separate trials.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, I'll say this much: out of all the people that P Diddy fucked over, he fucked over Sean the least because Sean did the most for his ass. Okay. He had some sort of right by Sean.
Hold on, Shree, bring that back. He did the
fucked up. He did the most.
Bring that back because I need to understand that.
P Diddy done fucked a lot of folk over, right?
Right.
Out of all the people that he fucked over, he did the best by Sean. Okay.
Essentially, what you're saying is you was gonna get fucked over anyway, but I didn't fuck you over as much as I could. Now, some would say you spending 10 to 12 years in the prison joint.
I think he fucked over Biggie more than anybody. He fucked over Craig Mack. He fucked over Craig Mack more than anybody.
No longer living.
Right, Biggie dead.
And that's what I don't get. Everybody be calling P Diddy this mogul. They be calling all this shit. Like, that man has some of the most shadiest business practices I've ever seen a day of my life.
Yes.
Diddy, I haven't. No. I haven't liked him since
exactly what he owned.
No.
But everybody, it just crazy to me how everybody think that. Like, that's what you remember the shit that used to be going around. Have get $500,000 to have a dinner with Diddy or Jay-Z, and motherfuckers was talking about taking dinner with Diddy. I'm like, y'all is stupid. These men. Diddy is not rich because he got the secret and talent to the game and everything like that. Diddy is rich off the backs of other people.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Most of them are.
Yeah, most of them are. That's why I keep telling people, y'all think y'all about to get rich by just going to dinner with these people? It ain't gonna happen like that.
But let me tell you something. P Diddy sure did beat the holy shit out of Steve Stout. Okay? And Jigga Jay-Z sure did break the glass bottle and stab Rivera with it. Okay?
Yeah, I know about the Steve the Jay-Z and Rivera joint. Steve Stout, let me tell you something. Nas, for whatever reason, was fucking with Steve Stout for a minute. And once he got away from that nigga, I think his business he did better business. But this is why I fuck with the South hip hop. I don't like the music, but I like the business of it. New York cats back in the day that was popping, whether it was Busta Rhymes, Jay-Z, whoever, they didn't share business practices. They didn't share. They didn't like work with each other to bring each other up. It was always a competition. What I noticed from the South is that it was always like these cats was always like, even when they was trying to get themselves popping, they was working with each other to get their music popping. So it was like a conglomerate in the South. New York City.
Like
New York ain't never
disturbances.
have that.
No,
New York never had a Swisher House. New York never had a
no,
screwed up clique. They ain't
no.
never had
New
nothing
York
like
had
that.
Carol West one talking about the Bronx and all that other shit. Manhattan keeps
Queens
on
keep
making it. Brooklyn keeps on taking
Bronx
it.
keeps on taking it.
Keeps on faking it.
Queens
That's what
keeps on
was
faking
on.
it. We heard.
That we were split from the beginning.
Yeah, it was all, it was all, dog eat dog type shit. The South niggas
Exactly.
and Georgia, I think in particular with what's the label with Jermaine Dupri?
That was deaf. That wasn't deaf. That was so deaf.
So Def, and then you had damn, it was another group affiliated with them. But I'm just saying, I noticed from Atlanta, particularly, that they was moving together, because I remember back in the day, Goody Mob,
Mm-mm.
Outkast, and then there was like offshoots from that. You know what I'm saying? And that's when I really saw like Atlanta really taking off because they was all working together on some level. It wasn't a competition. New
Hold
York,
on.
God,
All right, change that a little bit because Def Jam tried to be on that type of shit
nah,
the first time out.
not in the early days. Not when Eeyore Cohen. Well,
Nah, he
I'm
was
not gonna.
actually after. I'm talking about early with Rick
Right,
Rubin.
like early days, but remember
And it was
early
Dom
Def Jam was with Rick Rubin. And
right,
Rick Rubin and Russell Simmons at some
right.
point had a different viewpoint of where they should go, right?
Mm-hmm.
But initially, the rappers that was coming to Def Jam was fucking with Rick Rubin. They wasn't fucking with Russell Simmons like that. That's how you got the Beastie Boys up in Def Jam.
True.
Yep.
Now,
Yeah.
but what I want to say is too, even though these cats they didn't have that show of support, once they got to a specific tax bracket, them niggas linking up like Voltron. Okay.
No, but my point is,
Like
if you go back
you're
to the
talking about
'90s,
Juvenile and them, right?
if you go back to the '90s in New York hip hop,
Oh, that was the
when
death of it because Snoop came and crushed the buildings. What you mean?
Snoop ain't crushed nothing. Nas
But
was still popping. See,
the ones that were staying together was Lil Wayne and
no,
Birdman.
we ain't talking about South hip hop. We talking about New York shit. I'm saying that Nas, Jay-Z, Cool G Rap, Busta Rhymes, and
AC.
yeah, all of them,
All of them cats.
all of them was still popping. The problem is that they wasn't bringing up the younger generation. Like New York rappers was selfish. They wanted it all for themselves. They wasn't bringing up the younger generation and supporting them back then. I'm saying they doing it. They trying to do it now. I'm saying back then they wasn't doing it. What I'm saying is the Southern rappers was doing that.
Yeah, that's
But
why I brought up
here's
Lil
the
Wayne.
problem with that. Here's the thing. Little New Orleans is the size of Brooklyn as far as people density.
Mm-hmm.
When you got five boroughs, I'm gonna say four boroughs, five boroughs, whatever it is, and all of y'all are the size of Atlanta. You the size of Memphis. You are the size of New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Houston, Dallas, wherever these rappers come from, Oklahoma, Kansas City.
Population wise, facts.
Population wise, you are the size of that. So when you got in the South, you have no choice. It's really only one to two people you can come up underneath to get on in the South. At that time, it was Birdman and Master P, and then you
Master
got
P, yeah.
Jermaine Dupri, and
Yeah.
then you had but
Well,
at the same
I
truly, in my era, like when I was a kid, I'm saying it was Jermaine Dupri, in Atlanta. I don't know what was popping, and because Master P and Birdman wasn't popping at that time in my era.
they was at that time in your era, they was so underground it wasn't even funny. They was
Right.
back when they was selling the tapes.
Facts.
I
Truly
remember
gifted.
when
Facts.
I got the DVDs of Slim Thug and all of them, even Boosie and Webby getting on with Pimp C. They
Right.
get known. They
Selling
were
out the
selling
trunk of
tapes.
their car.
I'm
They were
just
selling the
saying
trunk of
from
their
a New
car,
Now, let's
man.
Yorker
keep it real.
perspective.
Hold on, Michael Phillips, because
Go ahead.
when Master P and them first came out, they was looking heavy with Duck Down and all that. Because don't forget Duck Down, even though that was more the
That's
90s.
Brooklyn. That's Brooklyn. But
Right.
mine. But again, I'm telling you, that's after my shit. That's
Yeah,
like
that's big. You
Rob
wouldn't have never
Zilla
known.
said
You wouldn't have never known them because you
right.
weren't in
rap a
Louisiana at
lot.
that time. Even
Right.
Rap a Lot Records.
No,
You
I
wouldn't
knew
have
Rap a
known who
lot.
they
I
were.
was familiar with Rap a lot because of Scarface, Ghetto Boys, Bushwick Bell, all of that. I
Yep,
didn't
yep,
know
yep.
nothing outside of Ghetto Boys, outside of Scarface, as Rap a lot is concerned.
Yeah, Willie. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It just was a little bit different. To become mainstream down here was a different priority than what it is today. In New York, you guys had everything there almost.
Mm-hmm.
It just you just had to get the right person to get you on the radio and shit like that. People was going to New York at that. Nobody was coming down to fucking New Orleans to do no damn concert. When you think of hip hop, you was not thinking of New Orleans.
It's a
Right.
You
fact.
wasn't thinking of Georgia. Well, you kind of was thinking of Georgia, but when you think about hip hop, the birthplace of it, y'all had that. But at the same point in time, the struggle, I think a lot of the artists, especially if you listen to Nas, how he's a storyteller, everybody's a storyteller, the struggle that people endure in the South so goddamn much is what makes their rhymes be so great.
Right.
Listen to Ghetto Boys and how Scarface, how he just tells the whole story.
Right. They took over the whole storytelling thing.
Yeah.
They took
But
it to a
legit
different
shit.
level.
And that's
They
why
just
I
really
always say that even back in the day when the Ghetto Boys started popping, I wasn't really a fan of Bushwick Bill or Willie D, but I was definitely a fan of Scarface because I like how he painted the narrative, how he painted that picture. Always fuck with Scarface.
And you know what? We keep living, and I got to stop doing this. We leaving out Florida completely. And I hate that we always leave our Uncle Luke, Trick Daddy, all of them from the South too as
Facts.
well.
Facts.
Okay,
Facts.
so hold on. So
Uncle Luke
yeah,
and Tupac too.
I'm probably gonna piss off a lot of Floridians, but I've never been into Florida hip hop ever. Even back then when Public Enemy was bigging up Two Live Crew, I like their rhymes was too basic for me.
I think there was more. They the ones, and if you think about if you listen to how basic rhymes is today, as far as what gets played in the club, that's exactly the type of music that they had. That microwave music.
Exactly.
It was a hint that made you dance, and that's how you used to get back on in the day. You didn't get on through the radio. You had to start at the bottom. Started hand to hand, then it moved to strip clubs and strip club music, especially through Atlanta. When you start
All
talking about the
day.
Yin
Hey,
Yang
I agree.
Twins,
Hey, truly,
And
I definitely agree with that. Yes.
I was
yeah.
about to say Michael Phillips
Because
because
listen, even
one of the
here,
differences.
listen
Hold
here
on a
in
second.
the
I just want to say this real quick. You know, in New York, we were so used to ciphers and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
wasn't
all
really
right,
popping like
all right.
that down south. They had to connect how they connected, like y'all saying, through the strip club and all this. So it's a totally different culture.
Yeah. And even like New
Street.
York. Go
I
ahead,
was
Mike.
just gonna say when I got out of the military and I came to DC, I would go to the strip clubs. All of the music in the strip clubs was down south music, all of it. And I didn't know none of this music, but I understood. Listen, there was one club that had a jukebox, right? Strip club I'm talking about. And so every time I went to the jukebox, I would look for New York hip hop and I would play this shit. And I could tell that the dancers was gonna do their thing regardless. They didn't fuck with the New York hip hop. When niggas would put on that down south shit, them dancers was amped. This is in DC back in what? 1998, 99, 2000.
But DC like go-go music, more shake your ass shit.
No, but I'm talking about the strip club. They didn't give a fuck about no go-go music. They wanted that down south hip hop shit.
Right, but what I'm saying is the go-go music and the down south hip hop shit, both of them really made you shake your ass. It wasn't no cerebral type shit like what New York was putting out or whatever have you. You know what I'm saying?
What I'm trying to tell you is, I would put on that New York hip hop, and they would dance to it because they still try to make that money, but they didn't want to hear that shit. And matter of fact, there was no options for go-go music on that particular jukebox, as I remember it. They wanted to hear that down south shit.
Yeah.
Michael Phillips,
Something that you can actually dance to. You can't. Okay, you gonna be dance. What song off of Illmatic can you dance to in the strip club?
right? It's more like popping your head type shit.
Right.
Let me tell you something, Michael Phillips. I went to college in Maryland between the years of 92 and 95.
92 is when I first got here. Well, I was in DC.
96. Right. And I used to work with a promoter. And one of the things that he did that was real revolutionary was he would put go-go music with hip hop. But the motherfuckers that he had was Wu-Tang and Tupac. Okay? It wasn't no Nas. It wasn't no head bopping shit. It was some old shit where you can sway from side to side, or you can shake your ass or get rowdy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what all of them.
So
they didn't like that cerebral, just bop your head type of shit. They wanted something where you can sway.
So the cerebral shit back in the day in New York was called backpack music. You know what I'm saying? Backpack rappers was the cerebral rappers, like Nas and them. You know what I'm saying? And so the niggas that would talk, like it's a lot of underground rappers I could name that niggas wouldn't know, but I mean, the closest I could say a commercial backpack rapper back in the day was Guru with Gangstar. You know what I'm saying? But Nas was one of them. But I'm saying New York went through a phase. I guess the whole 5% community, the Nation of Gods and Earth, whether it was X-Clan, whether it was Poor Righteous Teachers, whether it was Brand Nubian, we went through that whole era where that was what we listened to, and that's what we vibe with. So when you hear this outside hip hop that's talking about pop your pussy and all of this other shit, be like, what the fuck is this shit?
I wasn't.
Right? No, but I was though. I was though. And it wasn't until, and I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't until Jay-Z did the released the track Big Pimpin' with
There you go.
UGK, that made me research UGK. Even though I wasn't really feeling them like
Michael Phillips. You didn't like NWA?
No.
Wow.
I only listen to New York hip hop or East Coast hip hop, Jersey, New York. That's all I listened to back in the day.
I think because I'm from a West Coast
Ice Cube was the one. Ice Cube was the one from the West Coast that got me to start looking at West Coast hip hop, and then I started listening to underground caps like Razkaz, Planet Asia, and all of them other shits.
Far
and then
Side and all them, what the other ones?
Yeah, Far Side I was fucking with, and then when Snoop did his solo thing, I was like, Snoop first joint was dope as fuck. But I'm telling you, it took me a long time to even embrace something outside of New York hip hop. I was selfish and stubborn with my music selections. And then when Outkast came out, I was like, oh shit, Andre 3 Stacks, Big Boy, all of that shit. I was like, okay, Goody Mob, that shit. I started listening to different shit, but it took me a minute to get there, is what I'm telling you.
Listen, the reason why I'm disagreeing with you right now, Michael Phillips, is because me listening to De La Soul and them type of motherfuckers who was totally different. Like you could call them the backpack rappers. You know what I'm saying?
They were backpack rappers. Yes, right. That's what I'm talking about.
The De La Soul, Tribe Called Quest even enabled me to open up my ears to fucking Far Side and all them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, NWA, like you listening to the New York gangster rappers. All right, well, I'm gonna listen to these West Coast gangster rappers.
I wasn't, but understand though, other than Cool G rap, there wasn't. I mean, there was a couple dudes I can think of. I can't think of his name offhand, but there wasn't a lot of gangster New York rappers. Cool G rap. You have
that's
to.
Nice. There was a couple of them, but that's.
But yeah, but Just Ice wasn't gangster though. I mean, he talked some gangster shit, but he was conscious too.
Gangster because they knew that you don't talk about it, you be about it.
Just Ice birth KRS-One. I'm trying to think of the brother's name. Fuck. I'm saying.
I'll tell you right now, that motherfucking Special Ed and Little Sean is more gangster than you would fucking imagine. Okay?
No, I listen. what's the nigga that did the Funky Lemonade song from the Bronx? Damn, I can't think because he from.
Oh yeah, it's a whole bunch of Bronx niggas that was on that.
No. But I'm talking about the little dude. He was like a teenager when he was popping. Lemonade was a popular drink, and it still is.
Chai Ali. Was it Chun Li? Chi Ali.
That nigga went to your point, Tree. Chi Ali went to prison for years for murdering a nigga.
Right.
And he was a backpack rapper.
And his brother Drez was a backpack rapper from Black.
Yeah, and Drez went to prison.
That's fucking facts. Yes. And them niggas from Philly, what the fuck was their name? God damn, they did a song. They did a couple songs. Them motherfuckers, and one of them was cute. Them motherfuckers was on some gangster shit.
Right, but what I'm saying is gangster in my era, the rappers, to promote the gangster shit wasn't the thing because niggas was promoting this progress and this, black unity and all of this shit. And then when the Cali, the NWA cat started popping, you know what I'm saying? The gangster rappers in New York was like, oh shit, we could do this too. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, Michael Phillips. I just want to say this too now. I was raised in the fucking culture in Brooklyn with X-Clan, that whole X-Clan shit.
Yes, I mentioned that.
They on some African ass shit. But if you walk down the streets of Brooklyn with that African medallion and you didn't know what the fucking meant, you got robbed and you got your ass beat. So that's what I mean by gangster shit was always there.
Audio, Mike. Fix your audio, brother.
Yeah, I thought it was me for a second. But yeah, that's the era I'm from. You ain't know what this African medallion is, why the lion there, what the colors mean. Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. What? You got your 2-piece in a biscuit.
Yeah, I just, like I said, we just different generations. Like I said, you said college in 92. Baby, I was just getting out the titty.
See?
So, it's just, I think I may have been 1 or 2.
Like the place I'm from, motherfuckers, y'all know that Eminem is one of the best rappers, period, right? I know that Eminem is one of the best rappers because that motherfucker used to come to New York specifically to join a cipher and get at people, freestyle or whatever they do now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I witnessed him battle motherfuckers just off rip on the underground shit. I was there.
That's what got him famous.
But that's how you had to do it back in the day. The down south cats, they didn't know nothing about no cipher. They didn't know nothing about no battle rapping and all this other shit.
I think back in the day, and this is what we used to freestyle, and we used to take a lot of old school beats and freestyle on old school beats. So, and they were simple beats. It was nothing. It was nothing to the level of what it is. Somebody getting around and you battle this person, you battle this person. It'd be 15 people on one song, just freestyle. Song would be 30 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
Like kind of like that Big Tigger. How you used to have, wasn't it Rap in the Basement or something like that?
Yeah, Rap City in the
Come in
Basement.
and just Rap City just used to come in just freestyle. That's kind of how down south was back in the day. And it's just to
Well, and
point
they
out
had to
nowadays.
do like concerts and stuff too.
Yeah, you got to do concerts, but you wouldn't have to travel outside of your city. Kind of like you wouldn't have to travel outside of your borough. Like, okay, I'll say it like this. What
Because
I
my
know,
friend was down south and he was a rapper and shit.
yeah, what I know about like Brooklyn or even I go to house music a lot when I come to New York. I go to do house music off of,
Ooh-wee.
I think it's like 25th and Atlantic. It's McDonald's right up over there. It's a little small little club.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be packed full of people, and that's all they do is just fucking mix house music.
Yep. And you know what? That was the flip side, Truly Gifted. If you didn't listen to hip hop back in the days, you listened to house music. And for a period of time they had hip house.
Yep, hip house. There you go.
Twin
And
High, Queen Latifah was down with that. It was a whole bunch of motherfuckers down with that.
And that's
yep, and
probably
that
how they made hip hop.
well, it just evolved nowadays.
Yeah.
If you listen to New York music nowadays, what you think is hip hop is not. It's what they call rap now.
Yes.
These
Facts.
cats are rapping now. They not doing hip hop as in the sense of what Mike had back in the day with 8-track and cassette tapes and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, that's the
Well,
crazy
half of
thing,
them don't know how
Truly
to rap
Gifted,
anyway.
because back in the 70s with Furious 5 and all of them and Curtis Blow, that was considered rap. That wasn't considered hip hop over here. That was considered straight rap.
Yeah, back then.
And they would not mix the two. It was a very, very
Right.
clear distinction on between what hip hop was and what rap was.
Facts. And then
Rap
somehow,
wasn't getting played like that.
right, and then somehow the lines, I think as rap music was leaving New York and going to other spots, it became this hip hop thing. You know what I'm saying? There was more creativity. There was more shit to talk about. There was more the fucking sample in itself. You know what I'm saying? The whole concept of a sample.
And more
what
singers featuring with rappers too.
Yeah. Well, you know, that came way after, because like Truly Gifted said, they separated those. You had the songs where somebody was singing and somebody was rapping, but it wasn't. And see, that's why I was talking about it was the motherfucking rappers, and then you had the entertainers. It wasn't until like Heavy D that you had an actual song out of it. You know what I'm saying? Where there was a hook where somebody was singing and then you could rhyme, and it was this type of beat. You know, it was a little bit more fruity beat, or it was, you know, like on some old LL Cool J, I Need Love type of shit. Now, even with LL Cool J's I Need Love, he didn't have nobody singing with him.
Nope.
It was straight rapping, but it was to a totally different beat.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't the norm of what rap was doing at the time.
No, because what happened down south was, especially with strip club music, they figured out it's not just dudes listening to music; it's women too.
Mm-hmm.
And once they made that transition to be able to have women involved and not just be all thugged out, well, I wouldn't say thug. There wasn't no thugged out back in the
Yeah,
day.
I went too
You
far.
had hardcore women, but they wasn't hardcore like how they is today.
Hey, yo, Truly Gifted, you just
yes,
made the perfect point. I hear women from my era, from New York, they said, my sister Shreebad, you remember Boot Camp Click, you know, Starang Wonder, Black Moon, all of them. When they used to do videos, there would be 1,000 niggas in the video. They were their message was towards other dudes in their era, in their age group, and all of that.
Weren't they called 100?
What happened?
Weren't they called 100 back in the day?
Who?
All those guys.
No. It was a boot camp click, or I forgot the record label name, but
because one of his tattoos it says, oh no, it says 50. Never mind.
No, but what I'm saying is, in a lot of older New York people that participated in New York hip hop will say that one thing New York hip hop didn't do was gear their music towards females. The South was their music was geared towards men and women. New York was just talking about nigga shit. But the South hip hop started opening it up to men and women. And that's where the change happened in hip hop.
Yeah, even Tupac said that you have to make some for the men, some for the women.
But
You had to have that mix.
Yeah, in my era, from what I remember, it was all geared towards young black men. It was that fight the power type shit.
Yeah.
And that's what it was.
That's when I started listening to it back then.
Yeah, the South. Listen, Atlanta is the fucking it's the home of hip hop right now, because that's, you know, a lot of artists that to get their shit popping. That's where they went. I understand Texas, Houston, they got their place, but I'm saying Atlanta became the second home of hip hop after New York.
It's so much struggle in Atlanta that you have no choice but to breed up a like I said, you're telling the story, right?
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, the story that you tell in Atlanta, just people don't understand. Once you go outside of even metropolitan Atlanta, it's so gruff and grimy. The same way it was growing up in New York and shit like that. These cats is becoming a dime a dozen. You look at Young Thug, you look at Little Baby and all them stuff like that. DC Young Fly, all these people who you know now today, it's people just like them who just ain't been signed yet. Atlanta kind of got its own underground scene, man. Same thing with Texas. Well, Texas is not. I don't know. They got the little, like you say, you got the Mo3 sector and stuff like that that's around here. But Texas got them, but they got a lot. But a lot of, if you notice nowadays, what's following a lot of these rappers, whether it be Chicago, wherever it is, it's so much beef to the point that these rappers can't even enjoy. They're not gonna never get to the age of being a Method Man or a Red Man, anything like that. They're
And
not gonna live to that age.
beef in their own city, not
Yeah,
even
you're not gonna make
outside
it.
beef in their own shit.
And then it makes it worse when you do become a rapper, because now you done blew up and now you got the bag. Now you mainstream. Now all that attention gets put on you, and now it's to the point that when if they hated you then, they gonna hate you even more now.
Listen, you mentioned Mo3, right? Like, I was never a fan while he was living, because again, I'm attracted to a certain type of hip hop. So when I hear something that I don't really resonate with, I just like sort of tune out, right? So when he passed away, I started listening to his shit, and I was like, that dude was mad talented, right? But because I was sort of closed off to it, I didn't recognize it while he was here. I'm saying all of that to say that there's a lot of talented rappers, artists, period, across the country. And I think I don't want to be on some kumbaya shit or no black power shit. I'm saying that I think, myself included, that I sort of only embrace shit that I knew or recognized, and didn't understand that there's a lot of subcultures within black culture in America, and I only dealt with my subculture in New York, and then later on in DC and Maryland. But I'm saying all of that to say that there's so many subcultures in this country that somehow I think it's changing, which is a good thing, because I'm seeing people from this place. I see New Yorkers embracing Southern hip hop, where I thought that was like blasphemy back in the day. You heard, but I see it happening now, and that's a good thing.
New York is doing a good job of transitioning away from drill music. They still got some drill music now, but they're doing a good job of trying to transform away from that and getting back to the songs that are catchy. Because these kids nowadays, you got to think back in the day. today you don't even have to have a record label to go viral, bro.
You don't.
I would have hoped that everybody understands. This is why I like hearing the story about Puff Daddy, how he fucked over people, everybody like that. Because now you understand how to do business before you even go into the game.
Listen,
you don't have to sign no contract.
These young rappers has taught these old niggas some real shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to sign a no record label.
Nope.
All I need to do is go viral. And once I go viral, that's it. I'm good.
Yeah. And that's all that it really takes nowadays. And that's what I'm saying. They keep testing the waters though, because I tell you what, they're going viral. You remember that one rapper that they signed that was a virtual rapper? And they made all the news and headlines because he wasn't really a person.
The fake rapper. He wasn't
real. Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, man, when they start introducing that hologram shit, it's only gonna be a matter of time before you're gonna have your, like NFTs, you're gonna have your collection of virtual rappers just like that, to where you ain't even, I don't have to see your face. Just put out the video. That's what people are attracted to, is the visual image. The words too as well. But yeah, that's where it's going right there. You don't have to have that. That man had almost 1 million followers, man. A little virtual rapper.
That's
not even
like
a real fucking
Tom
person.
McDonald right now.
Who's Tom McDonald?
He's a virtual rapper.
Oh God, that's where it's going to, man.
He's
not even gonna need a human no more.
Ones.
But these rappers nowadays got it so damn crazy, man.
I wanted to quote something that Dame Dash said on what the name of that show, Growing Up Hip Hop, something that he said to his son around season 1 or season 2. He said, before hip hop and rap, it was all about the drug dealer, you know what I'm saying? And the hustler.
About the streets. It was about the streets.
But now this type of rap is not about the hustler, it's about the crackhead. It's about the user. It's a user kind of rap now. It's not the one that was selling. Now you coming from the perspective of the one that's using.
Right. So it went from the hustler to the user,
to the hustler,
to the fiend.
Emo.
So the niggas that was hustling back in the day, they were serving the fiends. And now you talking about fiend rap. The niggas that are rapping are fiends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because now they talking about, I'm taking lean, I'm doing this. I mean, sure, they killing and all that other fly shit, but they use it.
And let's be clear, Shree, them rappers that was talking that shit, they was also their nose was powdered and all of that shit back in the day.
True,
they wasn't talking about that. They was focusing on the positive shit. These niggas now ain't focusing on no positive shit.
It's emo rap too.
Well, you got to define what positive is. See, positive to them is getting money, fucking bitches. That's
right.
Positive.
Getting money is a good thing, but we talking about good business practices, all of that, right?
That's what I'm saying. Positive back. Look, I don't think that. Here's what I say. I do not believe that if Method Man came out today, that he would be anywhere near successful as what he was when he came out back then. Same way I believe that if Little Baby
was probably a lot more successful.
Probably so, but I don't think that you can.
Hey, listen. What's his name, sister? Shree. The founding member of Wu-Tang. Not RZA.
The RZA.
No, not RZA. His cousin from Brooklyn. GZA. It teaches quantum physics. I mean, he's like a college graduate. This nigga is a genius. And his name, matter of fact, before GZA, his name was Genius. His rap name was
That's
Genius.
His name, Genius. Facts.
Yeah, that nigga. He teaches on different at different colleges on quantum physics. This nigga is a genius. You heard? Mm-hmm. I'm saying that back in the day, niggas came from the streets and they rapped about the streets, but they was trying to do better.
And get out of the streets.
Right. It's niggas doing better now and want to go to the streets. That's the problem.
They come from suburban households.
Yes.
2-parent households, typically, whatever it may be. But they so it. Look at, like you said, it's fiend culture. Nobody
Mm-hmm.
told you to pop that perk. Why would you
Mm-hmm.
ever want to be on pills or whatever it may be?
Mm-hmm.
They not all, and it's just everybody feel like that's what you got to do to get on. I don't think that Jizza, or whether it be you God Jizza, Inspector Deck, whoever that is, Jizza,
Master
all of
Killer,
them, Master
Jamel
Killer.
Arif.
Yeah, I don't think that's what I'm saying. Let's say just take Jizza, him teaching quantum physics. I don't think in today's culture they're not gonna let him rap and teach quantum physics at the same time. He's not real enough,
Mm-mm. He
and
not.
that's the problem. They saying that he not, even though he got the skills and the talent to make
And
it
I
like he
saw
did back
that
in the day.
change. I saw that change, brother, a couple of decades ago, where there was this conscious. Well, let me not use conscious. Let me just say pro-black, or however you want to phrase it. There's music in hip hop, and then it changed dramatically from that to some ratchet shit. And it was because at the end of the day, the industry was like, no, we not trying to wake niggas up. We trying to keep them asleep. So let's keep peddling. And this is no disrespect. I'm just saying, I'm saying that anything that's gonna amp niggas up to the point, like if it's some street shit, if it's some gangster shit, yeah, let's keep perpetuating that because we want niggas in jail. But if we talking
Yep,
about uprising or you know revolution, that type of shit, nah, we don't want to hear that shit.
ain't nobody listening to that. And that's what I'm saying. There is a group of rappers that rap like that. Ain't
Mm-hmm.
talking about catching no bodies, what it is, but and that's where you start getting the rappers that sing and rap,
Yeah.
kind of like a Drake. Okay,
Well, that's what I was saying
they
about. That's why I was saying about Mo3. Because initially I didn't like him until he passed away, and I started listening to him. I'm like, this brother can sing and rap.
he
I
can
didn't
sing and
realize.
rap, and people don't grew up in the church,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
all that
And that's what
can
I
sing
got
and rap
from
his
it.
ass
That
off.
singing comes from the church.
But they end up these kids nowadays are having to grow up in a world that is not going to be friendly to them at all unless they get into it and be it's dog eat dog out
Yeah.
here in the streets.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dallas is like living in the wild wild west, man. I mean, for a person to chase you down on the freeway, broad day,
Mm.
Yeah.
yeah, and it's sad. It's sad to hear, but it's like that shit gone and went.
Hey, listen.
Another man.
Truly, I don't know. I think I told you already, but my wife is from Louisiana, so every time I go, she from Lake Charles. So every time I go to Lake Charles, it's like it's almost like a home away from home. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
like I never experienced that shit before, but when I see it, it's just like, yeah, this is some real shit right here.
yeah. Lake Charles is the place where it's perfect for people like you, man. You a
Mm-hmm.
Muslim that can go down there and eat pork in peace, man. And I feel you on that.
I'm not no Muslim. I'm not no Muslim, but but I hear what you're saying. Listen, my brother-in-law, hey Shree, my brother-in-law's got me. They know I don't eat pork, so they barbecue all day, every day, and they fix dishes that I don't know. So I know what pork tastes like, you heard?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, all right, they got love for me. But one day they was cooking some rabbit, like a rabbit stew. I forgot what they called it. And I was asking my wife, I was like, look, check them niggas because I know they got some pork in that shit. It's like, nigga, we ain't got no pork in this shit, nigga. Knock it off. So I go to eat the shit and it's definitely pork in it. So then after I took like 2 or 3 bites, they start laughing. Yeah, nigga, you eat pork. You eat pork, nigga. And they start using my lingo, you bum ass nigga. You eat pork. Listen, nah, but I'm saying all that
You
to
gotta be
say,
careful with that. You gotta be careful with that. 'Cause a lot of people who don't eat pork, I don't see how you can even just the taste of it. it just fucks with your whole just fucks with your whole insides, man.
It fucks with your digestive system because
Yeah,
after I ate that shit, I was in the bathroom for a few.
yeah,
But yeah, but listen, I'm saying all of that to say that yeah, whenever I go there, I gotta be careful with them because they go always fuck with because they don't think I could tell the difference. Like they really don't think I could tell the difference when I'm eating some pork. And so, listen, they took me to a supermarket in Louisiana, and this shit had meat that I've never seen in a supermarket here or in New York. I'm talking about so many different selections of meat. I was like, what the fuck is that?
yep,
Um, Truly Gifted, Tasso. I never
yeah.
heard of
Tasso.
Tasso in my
That's
life.
what we use. That seasoning ham is what we call
Yeah.
it. But we don't. We that's what I'm saying. When you want to make you a base or whatever flavor of soup, we use tasso. It's seasoned pork.
I didn't know what that was, bro. I was like, what the fuck
Yeah,
is Tasso?
yep.
They took me to a supermarket, Shree, and I saw all of this different shit. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? And then
Boudin.
and everything, the base of every seasoning is Tony Sauceries.
Yep.
Everything. Cajun seasoning, Tony Sauceries. I mean, it's other seasoning, but that's the base right there. Tony Sauceries.
So when you go down there, you see, we used to go. Cause I'm from Shreveport, so I'm north of you. We used to whenever I go back, I load up on so much sausage, boudin, and seasonings because they only sell that type of even hot sauce. They
Mm,
only sell it in that type of market, and you cannot find it nowhere else.
right.
Nowhere else.
Hold on. Is Shreveport where the university is?
Well, it used to be called Northwestern Louisiana University, but now it's called LSUS. Is where we're at.
Hold on. Where's I want to make sure I got the cities right. Where's Southern University at?
Southern is University. It's in Baton Rouge, I think.
Okay, then it must have been Baton Rouge. So I flew in to Baton Rouge, me and my wife, and it was like early in the morning. My brother-in-law and his son pick us up. And it's mad early. We go to this restaurant because my brother-in-law's son used to go to Southern, I think. I don't want to make hold on. Where's Grambling at?
Grambling is. See, you asked me college I ain't been to. Hold on. Daddy, what Grambling at?
I'm pretty sure it was Southern, but I just want to make sure I got it right.
So it's in
Listen,
Grambling, Louisiana.
no, I know.
So no, I'm being serious. It says in Grambling, Louisiana.
Okay, all right. So then it was Southern. So we get off the airplane. My brother-in-law and his son come pick us up, and he got a fifth of Hennessy for us. Um, because this is I think it's like an hour and a half drive, I think, or an hour drive from there to Lake Charles. But we stop off at this chicken spot. I mean, when I say it's a hole in the wall, it's a hole in the wall. But they telling me the chicken is like official. So I'm like, we get there, the joint ain't even open. It's already a line out there. We get in there, they frying chicken, and it's like they get like a box of fried chicken. So me and my brother-in-law in the back seat, my brother-in-law's son and my wife is in the front seat. Me and my brother-in-law in the back seat. We drinking Hennessy, and he gives me some of this chicken. My dude, now I understood why all of those people were standing outside of that line, because that chicken was probably the best fried chicken I ever had in my life. Like, I think I had some really good fried chicken during my days. I ain't never had no fried chicken like that.
Now, what you need to ask your wife is, ask your wife, does she know what Southern classic chicken is?
My
See,
wife
I
is a
think
cook.
it.
My wife is a cook,
Yeah.
so I'm pretty sure she does.
No, it's a. See, we never did eat Popeyes. We didn't eat Church's chicken. We
Mm-mm.
always ate a place called Southern Classic Chicken.
Okay.
Come in the green box. Come with a roll and fries, but it's a walk up only type of joint.
Okay.
Man, that chicken be. That's what I'm saying. All these places nowadays, Korean fried chicken and all that shit, they ain't got shit on shit in Louisiana, man.
No, no. Listen, listen. Truly gifted. I'm gonna tell you that I've been with my wife for 15 years. Um, yeah, I can't. I used to think I knew what good food was. I'm talking about black people food. I ain't talking about like fine dining shit. I'm just talking about, you know, comfort food. I thought I knew what that was. Nah. The fucking listen. The first day I went to Louisiana, my brother-in-law made me a sauce pecan. I didn't know what a
Mm.
fucking sauce was. Then he had some rooster in it. I'm like, rooster? What?
Man, rooster's very, very tough, but you got to cook it right.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Listen, all the men on my wife's side, they all cook, all of them.
And they typically cook better than the women.
Yes, the women don't cook. I mean, they can cook, but they typically don't cook. Whenever I go there, it's all of the men doing the cooking. All of the women can. My wife can cook her ass off. Her sister can cook. Her mother passed away like a couple years after we got together. God bless her dead, but her mother could cook. But the men, every time I go there, it's the men that's doing the cooking. Every time.
Speaking of cooking, I gotta get the fuck out of here because I'm about to cook up some salmon.
What you gonna
Thank
do
you
with
for
that salmon, man?
letting
What you gonna do with that salmon?
It's already prepared. It got garlic and all kind of good shit on it. I'm about to just bake it.
Air fry it. Now she about to put in the air fryer. Already,
Yeah.
lazy
Nah,
ass.
I ain't got no air fryer. I ain't got no
Mm.
damn
Thanks for
air
letting me
fryer.
on, Tree. It was
Huh?
Mm, go
nice
ahead, be
talking
good
to
one,
you.
Shay.
You too, pretty eyes. It
Take
look good
care,
talking to
Michael.
all of
See you
y'all, of
later,
course.
Tree.
Hey, peace to you, pretty eyes.
Stay blessed.
No
You
doubt.
too. Thank you.
Hey, but
You're.
listen, Shree, I appreciate you. Appreciate you, truly gifted, for
Oh
dropping
yeah,
them
yeah, yeah.
through. You already
Yes,
know what it
sir.
is.
I appreciate y'all too, man.
Indeed.
Yes.
Handle your
Period.
business, Sister Shree. You know I'm always here.
Okay, that's good to know. I'm glad to hear that shit.
Word up.
Word up. All right.
Bless.
Peace, blessings. Yes. All right. Whew. Yep, I gotta cook up this salmon, y'all, and eat and get it together. Um, child, this was great. I really appreciate it. And I like the shit at the end. I don't care if 3 people is left in here. I like to hear shit like that where people just reminiscing on shit that make them feel good at the end of the day. Before I get out of here, I'm just gonna say, Megan Thee Stallion, you could be the slut all you want to be. I don't care about you being a slut. You know what I'm saying? That has no bearing on this case. Okay, Tory Lanez, you made a whole bunch of stupid decisions too, but the biggest mistake you made was having an unlicensed gun in your car. All right, that was the biggest mistake you made. Bigger than that, all of y'all should leave alcohol and drugs and shit alone. Okay, because y'all be making the dumbest ass decisions on them shits. All right, that's what the fuck I say. That's what the fuck I say. I don't want nobody to get shot in their feet. I don't want nobody ending up in jail. None of that shit. But it is what it is. And as black people, we tend to look beyond what the fuck. We gotta look at our culture, how we moving, how we living. You know what I mean? How we can relate, how we cannot relate, if we care or not. Um, I care about the future of black folk. These young children, it's not that, like, when I was growing up, the parents could be like, well, look, all we could do is hope that they grow up into the people they supposed to be. I can't even feel like that about these young kids no more. I just be like, yo, y'all motherfuckers better worry about if y'all gonna get Social Security by the time you hit 60. Okay, think about that, right? So it's just a lot to take in. The state of affairs in different places is different, cultures are different, and you just gotta, like, I wish I could explain it better. Like, people, these young folk, they gotta make better decisions with their life experiences. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I get it. Life is hard on the boulevard and all that fly shit. I hope they come out of this shit. I really don't want Tory Lanez going to jail. I don't. And I'm not for Meg the Stallion making this about a fucking thong bikini. Like, I don't give a fuck. But Meg the Stallion, you did wrong by your friend. And, that should be rectified in private. That ain't got nothing to do with me. You got to live with that. That's karma right there for your ass. But anyway, thank y'all for joining me today. Thank you to everybody that subscribed to me. Thank you for everybody who got me to this fucking community wall. Thank you for everybody that's still sticking with me after I got 500 subscribers. You know what I mean? I can say fuck the haters, but I'm shouting them out too. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? They make the world go round. Just find something else to hate. Don't focus your hate on one motherfucker. Diversify your hatred. It just makes it easier for your soul. Anytime, pretty eyes, Team Capricorn in this motherfucker, man. And with that, I'm out. Hey, Angie. Happy holidays to you too, Angie. All right. I'm gonna try my best to stay safe because apparently there's people out there that don't want me to be safe. And we might get to that another day. We might the fuck not. All right, let me cook this food and scratch my ass. I might come back because I told you I got the whole day off. All right, but y'all enjoy y'all holiday. Get some good food. Y'all get some good presents and shit. You know what I'm saying? Real life is on point. So peace out, y'all. Peace.